This is a Southern Sin. Breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
Good morning, everyone. Be seated, please. All right, council, any matters we need to address before we call the next witness?
Not from the state.
Thanks, and call your next witness.
Zachary Adams.
Stand right there. Raise your hand for us, sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to be able to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm. Have a seat, Mr. Adams. Chief, if you will make sure we pull that microphone.
Turns out, if you've been in a car accident in the past year, I have to give you a huge check, and all you have to do is ask. No, seriously, I just got over $100,000 after being a passenger in a car accident that was a month ago. Listen, I had no idea this was even possible until it happened to me. I was just another passenger who got hurt in someone else's accident, and I figured I might get enough to cover my medical bills if I was lucky. But then I found out there's actually a specific way to ask for compensation that's completely different results than what most people receive. If you've been in a car accident recently, you're probably dealing with the same frustration I was. Insurance company giving you the runaround, medical bills piling up, and no clear path to getting fairly compensated. Most people think they just have to accept whatever insurance offers or hire expensive lawyers and hope for the best. But there's actually a program that knows exactly how to ask for what you're entitled to in a way that gets maximum results. However, there is a catch. Your car accident had to have happened in the past 300 days to qualify for our new program. If it did, you're in luck. This program is designed specifically to help accident victims get the compensation they deserve without the typical delays and hassles of dealing with insurance companies directly. Let me tell you about what happened to other people who use the same approach. Maria was getting nowhere with insurance after her accident. They kept offering her around $5,100 and making her jump through endless hoops. Then Maria discovered this program. Within In 34 days, Maria received $142,000 without any of the insurance back and forth. Then there's David. David was a passenger just like I was. Insurance was telling him he might get $3,200 for his minimal involvement in the accident. Using this program, David received $156,000 in just 28 days. Here's what I learned. There's a right way and a wrong way to ask for compensation after an accident. Most people use the wrong way and disappointing results. But when you know the right ask, the results are completely different. The program handles everything. They know exactly what to request, how to present your case, and how to get maximum compensation quickly. To find out how much you could be owed and to make sure your accident qualifies, just answer 4 simple, multiple-choice questions about your accident. It takes about 20 seconds total. The site will instantly tell you if you qualify and then help you find out how much you could be owed. If you qualify, a specialist will handle everything from there. You don't have to fight with insurance companies or figure out complicated legal procedures. They do all the work while you just wait for your check. You can receive this life-changing check as fast as 30 days. The best part? You don't pay anything unless you actually get money. Think about what an extra $50,000, $100,000, or even more mean for you right now. You could pay off medical bills, cover lost wages, and actually have financial breathing room instead of stress. I'm only sharing this because I remember how overwhelmed I felt dealing with my accident. If this program can help you get the compensation you deserve without all that stress, it's worth taking 20 seconds to find out. But
Good morning, Mr. Adams. You ready? Oh. Is it on? Okay. Just please state your full name for the record.
Zachary Adams,
And Mr. Adams, where did you grow up?
around the Day area.
And where did you go to school and work around at the time of April the 2011?
Where did I do what now?
Where were you working and living at the time of April 13th of 2011?
In 2011, I didn't have a normal job. I lived in the Holiday, like I said, at 235 Adams Lane. My granddaddy, he worked with the water department. I helped him with odd jobs, stuff like that. That's what I did. I tended to, we have a lot of land and stuff. So like during the summer, I would mow, bush hog and stuff.
Okay. I want to first, before we just handle administrative matter really quick, do you recall reading and signing? I'd like to hand the witness doc. This is just the edition of the Second Amendment supplemental to his petition. It's a verified copy. It's the one that he signed before a notary. Make it part of the record, Your Honor. It is. It's already in the record. It's the verified copy is not in the record, and I would just. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. If you'll, do you recognize that document as a document that you signed?
I dropped.
If you just go back to, I think it's like the third page from the back.
Yes, that's my signature.
Okay, so, and that's the petition that you signed, that was filed with this court.
Yes.
That's all I want to do.
If you're starting to notice your skin losing its glow, here are 5 reasons not to get Black Girl Vitamins collagen powder. Number 1, it's specifically formulated for us by us, which means it actually addresses your unique beauty needs. Who wants
Right here. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Adams, I'm just gonna speak to the elephant in the room, okay?
Okay.
Did you know Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any knowledge of Bobo family?
Miss Karen Bobo was my fourth grade teacher at Parsons Junior High School in middle school.
Did you kidnap Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you rape Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you murder Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you have anything to do with the disposal of Holly Bobo's remains?
No, ma'am.
So I want to take you back to April the 13th of 2011.
Okay.
And I just want to ask you some questions about what you specifically remember. Okay. So where you just said you were living on Adams Lane, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Right beside my grand.
And who were you living with at that time?
So at the time I was living in my dad's old house, and Rebecca Earp was living with me. She was my girlfriend.
Okay. How long had you been dating Rebecca?
We had been dating at that time about 9 months to a year, I would say.
All right. And who were you hanging out with during that time?
I hung on Autry, Shane Austin, my brother. He lived right next door. He hung out with us a lot. That's really about it. My girlfriend's sister and stuff would come over on the weekends. She had a boyfriend named Michael Petty. They would come on the weekends and hang out.
Okay. And I just want to verify some facts about your relationship. So just Shane Austin, can you just real quick tell the court about what your relationship is with Shane Austin?
Shane, I grew up with Shane. We grew up in church together. We went to church together since we was very little. We went to school together. He was a year younger than me. We competed in sports together. We grew up. He lived about a mile away from me. So we lived real far away from the high school. We probably lived the furthest away from the north end of our county. So we was the only two, as far as he was my closest friend that I went to school with.
Okay. And you said Dylan, you hung out with your brother Dylan. Is he your younger brother?
Yes, 4 years younger than me.
And tell me about your relationship with Jason Autry.
He was older than me. He was somebody I guess you could say I looked up to. We did a lot of drugs and stuff together. That was our main.
That was going to take me to my next question. At this time, were you a drug user?
Very much.
And
Daily.
How often would you use drugs?
Daily, I would say.
And what types of drugs were you using at this time?
Marijuana, morphine, methamphetamine, Xanax, Valium.
All right. So I just want you to quickly recall I want to clarify something. There's going to be things that you specifically remember, and I'm sure that there are things that you recall because of documents that you've been provided during this case, right?
That's right.
So just real quickly, take us through April the 13th of 2011. What are the things that you remember about that day?
So that day I specifically remember Shane called, and I remember he called and he said, "Hey, Zach," he said,
Your Honor, your son.
Your Honor, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter, sir. He's just taking us technically through the day as to what he did that day.
Shane asked if I want when I answered the phone, he said, "Hey, you want to see if we can't overdose some Xanaxes today?" And I said, "Shane, don't be messing around," because me and Rebecca had been arguing the night before. He said, "Yeah." He said, "I've got some Xanaxes lined up. I need a ride." He had just previously wrecked his truck, so he didn't have a vehicle, and so he needed a ride. I said, "Well, Shane, I don't have a vehicle. I have to get Dylan to give us a ride." I said, "I have to go out and get him up and stuff." And so I went out to my granddaddy's, told Dylan the plan. He was getting ready. So while he was getting ready, I think I got on the internet and got on my Facebook, which is a password protected that I only have the password to. Nobody else gets on my Facebook page but me. Nobody has the password but me. And I got on there, and like I said, me and Rebecca had been arguing, and I think I had cussed or something on the main wall where everybody could see. And Becky Moody commented, she said, "Zach, you can't talk like that." And I think I apologized. And it didn't take Dylan 10 minutes to get ready. So we left. We went to Shane's, picked up Shane.
Okay, so say you and Dylan
Me and Dylan.
went and picked up Shane. Okay.
So Dylan didn't have enough gas in the truck to make it to Parsons. So we go to the Shell station on the Decatur County side. We get $5 in gas because the gas is more expensive at the interstate. It's cheaper in Parsons. So we're going to get more gas in Parsons. That was the plan. So I'm pumping the gas. Shane and Dylan are in the vehicle. I pump $5 in gas, and while I'm pumping, I see 4 or 5 SUVs. And I'm not for sure if they had their blue lights on. I know there was no sirens, but I could tell there was cop cars. I could tell there was police SUVs. So my head kind of went up because we're going to pick up drugs, and they're cops. So I go in, pay for gas. When I come out, I asked Shane and Dylan, I said, did y'all see the cops couldn't get off the interstate? And they was like, what are you talking about? So it kind of irritated me that they wasn't paying attention to what was going on. So I get on 641, and I kind of fall in behind them to see how fast they're going. And I get Dylan's truck up to 100, and it shuts off, and they run out of my life. So I don't go 100 all the way to Parsons. I go 60 or 70 because I know there's something going on. I don't know what's going on, but I know something's going on. I know there's whatever's going on. There's no cops coming our way. So we get into town. What I remember, we stopped by. I think we went by Ramey's barbecue, and we went to the drug dealer's house. I'm not sure who it was. This day, I still don't know who it is. We get out, and I thought we was going to go in, me and my brother and Shane. But when we get ready to get out and go in, Shane said, "Y'all can't come in." So we sit out in the driveway, and whoever's house it was, they had a bass boat, and it was a nice Triton bass boat. The reason I know this is I love bass fishing, and so me and Dylan were looking at the bass boat, and we're talking about how nice it would be to have one. And I'm not sure how long it took Shane, 10 or 15 minutes. He comes back out, and we go from there. We go up 1 block the gas station, which is right up from behind Ramey's. It's right 1 block up, right beside the hospital. So when we pull in that, there's a local deputy, Tony Weber. And Tony Weber has been known to harass me. He knows I was a drug dealer, user. So when we get there, I told Shane, I said, Shane, you go in and pay for gas. I'm not going in. And so Shane pumps the gas. He goes in. When he goes in, he pays. And when he comes out, he said, look, he said, when I was in there, the deputy was talking about what happened. You're right. Something did happen. Somebody got abducted. And my antennas kind of went up. I said, well, I knew I was right. I didn't know what happened, but my antenna, something I said, I knew something had happened. And so I knew that we needed to buckle up. We got these Xanax. Jane had all these Xanax on. So I knew we needed to, kind of be safer.
Okay. So when you guys went to get the drugs, who paid for them?
Shane.
Okay. So, and again, I initially asked you, there's going to be things you specifically remember and things that throughout the course of this proceedings that you learned. Right. Has there anything that you have learned based on the documents that you see or things throughout the course of your trial that you didn't specifically remember at the time?
No, I'm going to object to that. I don't know how he can share with the court things that he has learned through other sources. That's the epitome of hearsay. That's the epitome of not firsthand knowledge.
Well,
he's a witness to a hearing. He can't come in here and regurgitate to the court what
4 terabytes of data that was provided to the defense and discovery.
Yes, sir.
Certainly, he's going to distinguish what he learned from that discovery versus his own memory.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Try what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems, everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
You want to change your life today? Make a decision. Focus on where you want to go instead of what you're afraid of. Really create your life on a new level. Whatever stops, whatever's gotten in the way, it's time to change it. Who's ready for this here? Say aye. Say aye.
There's 50 different things that I wanted, and my coach is incredible. It took me to a different level.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins. And I've spent the last 43 years now working with people all over the world in 100 countries to show them how they can improve their lives. I've been obsessed with this question of what makes the difference in the quality of people's lives. And why is it so many people have a story about why it didn't work, and very few people have the actual results? Well, the answer is you need to tap into this consistent system that gets you to act consistently. And how have we done that throughout history? Well, if you look at history, most people did it through some form of mentorship. If you were going to go master, you were going to be a dabbler, you're going to get extraordinary results and have them last, what did you do? You found a mentor, you found a coach. Well, today, human beings learn the same way. We learn by immersion. We learn by getting feedback in real time based on things we're doing. I'm so passionate about coaching because for time immemorial, that's how the job is done, where there was lasting change. Where there's someone there consistently with you that understands you, knows what you're missing, knows what you want, knows what the challenges are, knows what gets in the way. You need something outside you. The greatest athletes in the world all have coaches. Why? People already have what they need to succeed. They just need some tweaking. They need some skills or some insights. They need the right moment. Get them look at something in a different way so they can get the answer they need. That's what I do. I help people create breakthroughs. I'm here to invite you and to give you an opportunity to test out coaching at no charge to you and no risk, because time is the most valuable thing you and I have, right? If we can get you faster to what it is you really want, if we can out of the obstacles and move forward and get the results you want quicker, faster, and it's something you do in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, twice or 3 times in a month, and it's on your time. So here's what I want to offer you. If you'd like to test out one of my top coaches, we will give you a 30-minute free coaching session. In it, we'll help you get clear what you want, so when you never see you again, you're crystal clear. We'll help you figure out what's gotten in the way, what needs to change. That's my invitation to you and my passion for coaching. Give yourself this gift. If you're looking to say, this year, I want to take things to another level, get a coach to help you measure and help you maximize your time and keep the momentum going so you go from where you are to where you want to be in the shortest period of time possible. The offer is really simple. Just click below to take advantage of this offer, and one of our results coaches will give you this first 30-minute session. And you can figure out what it is that you really want to make happen at the next level.
I came away with, it's not about motivation as much as it is allowing people to tap into what's already there, like a catalyst.
Over the past 4 decades,
He's changed millions.
There was things that jogged my memory about that day. I don't specifically remember going to the ATM until later on. There was a moment later on when I realized Shane had a lot of money that day, and I didn't specifically remember. I remember I was irritated with Shane. Shane liked to joke a lot, and he liked to make people laugh and stuff. And I wasn't having it that day because me and Rebecca had been up. I'd been up with Rebecca arguing all night, and I was kind of irritated. And I wasn't in no mood. And I can remember, like, when we pulled up the ATM, I remember I specifically pulled in backwards. And how I know that is because I didn't want Shane to accuse me of stealing his pen, or I didn't want him to lean over, But in my statements to police, I don't believe I gave that. But it wasn't because it's just I didn't remember,
All right. So you spoke with police several times throughout the course of this investigation?
Every time they came to my house, every time they asked me, anytime and every time I gave a statement. Not once did I ever. I left my job when they come to the jail. I mean, anytime they ask.
Okay. So real quick, I want to back up to something that you said. You said that you weren't in the mood because you had been fighting with Rebecca all night.
Yes.
Okay. So did Rebecca stay with you night of the 12th?
She did not.
All right. And do you recall telling police that maybe she did, or were you confused?
See, that's another thing that I didn't learn till we had the cell phone records. And she normally stayed there all the time, but her cell phone records put her at her mama's house up to 4 a.m. I think it was texting. So there's no way she stayed with me that night, because she got off work at 10 or 11 o'clock from Joe's video, and she would either come straight to my house or go to her mom's house. And, her mom lived in Parsons. So.
All right. So you're saying upon receiving the discovery documents, bank records, whatnot, it triggered your memory that you went to the ATM and got cash, and that you specifically remembered pulling in backwards. What vehicle were you driving at the time?
We were driving my brother's Silverado. I think it was a 2007 Pewter. It's extended cab.
Okay.
2-wheel drive.
All right. And I'm going to ask you to look at something back there. Your Honor, this is Exhibit 8, I believe. Your Honor, I apologize for having some technical difficulties here. Do we have a printout of the still yet? Apparently we can't connect to the internet, so I'm gonna try to get this to him a different way, maybe show him still. Okay.
You got it up, Mr. Boyd,
I can't.
You got it down the seat.
I have it on the computer if I can approach.
State agree that that's Exhibit A.
Yes, sir.
Is that the right number?
I believe 8. Where's
Is it running?
I have the ATM video as Exhibit A.
The still shot.
Oh, the still shot.
I don't know what she's showing.
The still shot's 101.
Yeah, that's the video, right? Okay.
8 is the video, 101 is the still.
Yes.
I don't know what
That looks like the video.
they're showing, but. I don't know, it's not mine. She's got one. Yeah,
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
You may. Now, let's clarify. Are you showing the whole video or just the still shot?
I'm just gonna show the still shot.
Okay, which is Exhibit 101.
Yes.
Mr. Adams, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, that's my brother's truck.
Okay, and you're familiar with the ATM that you stopped at?
Mhm.
So who was in the vehicle with you?
I'm driving, Shane's in the passenger seat, my brother's in the back.
The timestamp on this is approximately 11:11 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound about the time that you guys would have gone to the ATM that day?
It would.
So One second, Your Honor, if you'll give me one moment.
Sure.
If you live in a Georgia zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last years, listen carefully.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach him one more time because I realize I need to show how the vehicle went in so that it correlates with my client's testimony. So I'm going to show the video.
So now we're going to show video, exhibit 8. You're still unable to connect.
The TV is not connecting to the.
You're going to show many videos this morning.
No, Your Honor, this is the only exhibit I'll be offering today. So I'm starting this video, Your Honor, at minute 11, hour 11, 10 minutes, 34 seconds, just to show how the other vehicles are. All right, so Mr. Adams, let me play that for you. So do you see that vehicle coming
Yes.
the opposite direction? And which direction is your vehicle going?
That would be going the wrong direction. Like if you're going through the drive-through in the bank, that's the wrong way. The arrows were pointed, that would be going the wrong way.
So when you pulled into the ATM, who was it, the driver's side or the passenger side that was facing the ATM?
It was the passenger side.
Thank you for your indulgence, Sean. Okay. Now, you were driving Dylan's vehicle. Why is that?
At this time, I didn't have a vehicle. My Silverado, I had wrecked. The whole front end was tore off of it. And the Nissan, the white Nissan, I didn't have access to at the time. My granddaddy had it hid somewhere that I didn't know where it was at.
Okay. So when is the, well, first of all, this ATM footage and this trip to the bank, is this something that you told your attorneys during trial?
It came up, but like I said, I didn't, at the time, I didn't realize about the ATM. I didn't remember. There was a lot of places that we stopped that day that I didn't really remember.
And when is the first time that you saw this ATM footage?
First time I saw it was with Mr. Bates.
Okay, so do you recall being in court back in, I think it was January or March, and Mr. Boyano had his laptop on the podium?
That was the first time. Yes, that's right.
Okay. Is that the first time that you saw the picture of your vehicle?
That's right. That's right.
Okay. All right.
What jogged my memory is the reason I knew that is because when it went pulled in backwards, that's us, because that's what we did that day.
Right. Now, you you've been given your words. You heard Jason went to the river.
I don't recall going to the river that day, but I went to the river so much down there underneath the interstate bridge. It was 5 days out of the week, 7 days. I bass fished down there. I did drugs down there. I went down there to look for arrowheads. We just went down there just to kill time. Like, it was just a place we hung out.
to be clear, when I say the river, where specifically are we talking about?
Under the interstate bridge, under I-40 bridge, exit 133.
All right. Now, do you recall going to Victor Dinsmore's house that day?
I don't recall going to Victor Dinsmore's house.
Is it possible that you went to Victor Dinsmore's house that day?
Could have been. I don't remember though.
Okay. Do you recall getting in a fight with Shane Austin that day?
I did.
Okay. And where did that take place?
That was Doug and Dottie Cooley's house.
Okay. And so did you see Mr. Dinsmore there?
I did.
And who was with you at the time?
Jason Autry, Shane and my brother was in the back, and I was driving. It was in Dylan's pickup.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you guys going to see Mr. Dinsmore?
Mr. Dinsmore was a morphine connection of mine. I bought morphine from him, and at this time, Jason or Shane, they couldn't access Victor to buy morphine from him. So I was the kind of the go-between. I would buy morphine and distribute to
All
Jason.
right. So then you guys were doing Xanax, the pills that Shane Austin purchased.
Mhm.
And then what time do you think you guys went over to Miss Dottie's?
It was after we picked up the Xanaxes. It was after that. I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. If you don't know for sure.
I don't know for sure.
Okay. So this is not, this particular conviction is not your first run-in with the law, is it?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so I would like to take you through, you're aware that if you would have testified at trial, that you would have had to have talked about some of your prior convictions.
Of course.
I'd like to run through those if you don't mind, okay? So, Mr. Adams, you have several convictions for possession of drug paraphernalia or possession of narcotics.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. When did you start doing drugs?
Started smoking marijuana when I was 14. Started doing meth when I was 15 or 16.
And there was a notice that was filed in your trial of, we call it a Rule 609. It just shows saying that this is the evidence that you're going to be impeached with if you testify at trial.
Okay.
Did you tell your attorney that you wanted to testify at trial?
I did.
And were you willing to face up to and acknowledge all of these crimes that you committed?
Absolutely was.
So you've been convicted of some assaults as well.
I have. I've played out to them.
Okay, so there was one in 2004. Do you recall a conviction in 2004 for assault?
I don't know the specifics, but I don't dispute it.
Okay, and you have possession of controlled substance in 2004. Possession of drug paraphernalia in 2006. So you've several possession charges. Does that sound about right?
That's correct.
Okay. You have some theft convictions as well.
I do. You have 2 of those.
All right. And in 2007, you have 2 assault convictions. Do you recall the circumstances surrounding that?
2007, I don't recall. If you had more details about this or something.
Well, why don't you tell me under what circumstances have you been convicted of assault?
So, my grandmother knew. She knew that if I was in jail, sometimes, she knew I wouldn't be getting high if I was in jail, and she knew that she could call a law sometimes if I was high, and he pushed me or he did this, and she knew that I would be arrested, and she would be hoping that I would go to jail, and I guess the catch Jesus moment, get Jesus and get saved and start acting right, and that's happened a few times where we had gotten in an argument or something, and she called the law. And
Mr. Adams, isn't it true that you shot your mother?
I wouldn't say I shot her. I did operate a firearm in a reckless manner that caused her to get shot. So it was my fault, but it wasn't like what you say. I just shot her.
And you weren't ever convicted or charged with that, were you?
I was charged.
You was charged. Okay. And, what were you
I
convicted
did,
of?
I did plead out to a simple possession or a simple assault.
Okay. So that's one of these assaults that you have on here.
It was.
And in 2011, August 30th of 2011, there was a conviction for assault on a police officer. Do you recall that?
I do. That was the incident at Nancy Stray State Park. And where the park ranger, I got out and run, and he chased me down. I run into some thorns and got scratched up real bad. Still got scars on on the inside of my leg.
Okay. Oh, and I missed one, July of 2011. July 25th of 2011, you have an assault conviction that you pled to for 11 months and 29 days.
That was me and Rebecca. Me and her got into it. It was kind of a shoving incident. And
Was Rebecca using drugs at the time as well?
she was.
And then you also have a domestic assault, June 11th of 2012. What was that from?
2012. I think that's where me and my granddaddy got into it.
Okay, and you pled to 11 months, 29 days.
I did.
So in your entire criminal history, have you ever been charged or convicted of any crime that was sex related?
Never.
This AI tool will create a stunning ebook direct from your content, whether it's a Microsoft Word document or a Google document, or even if you just have an idea, it will create.
All right. Give me 1 second. So do you recall sitting here in 2017 in this courtroom and watching witnesses give testimony and putting words into your mouth?
I do. Hearsay.
And I'd like to, first, what I'm going to do is I'd like to take you through some of the statements that you were alleged to have made. Okay. Did you say some of the things that were testified to?
I did.
And did you say all the things, every single thing that was testified to, did you say?
I did not.
Okay. I want to go through these statements, but before we do, these statements that were given at trial they were accusing you of joking about the murder of Holly Bobo, right?
Yeah.
Why would you say anything like that?
Well, I sold a lot of drugs, and I found it a lot easier when I fronted drugs out. If people were scared of me, I got my money. I got paid. It was just the way it is in the drug business. If people are scared of their drug dealer, they're going to pay. So that's kind of a stupid answer, but it's the truth. I mean,
right. Okay. Who's Carl Statler?
He was a friend that lived right below me. He went to school with my brother.
All right. Did you hang out with Carl Statler during this time?
I did.
Do you recall going to Johnny's Bar and Grill with Carl?
I do.
Okay. And I'm sure you heard testimony. Did you tell, who's Misty Tubbs?
She was a friend of my son's mother. Never really hung around her that much. I think I've been at her house one time with Amy, my son's mom.
Okay. And was she the bartender at Johnny's Bar?
She was.
Do you recall getting in an argument with her?
I don't really recall. It seemed like we did get into some kind of argument. She accused me of, I think, of doing something to her car or something.
All right. Did you say, I'm just going to ask, did you say, I'll kill you like I did Holly Bobo?
I don't recall saying that.
Did you tell Carl Statler that I did it?
No.
Is it possible that you made some statements similar?
I've made some open-end statements before where people could have had the wrong idea. I remember I told Rebecca once, I said, there's already one person missing. what makes you think it can't be two? And by that, I wasn't meaning that I did anything. I was just, we was arguing and just trying to get it. She was kind of griping at me.
Were you admitting in that statement that you killed Holly Bobo?
Absolutely not.
All right. And do you recall Rebecca Earp's testimony?
I do.
On the day after, so on April 14th of 2011, she testified that you guys were watching the news and that you said they'll never be able to find her. Did you say that?
I believe I did say that. And now there's reasons why. There, in Decatur County, there's a history of women that goes missing and hadn't been found. There's still a Vargas girl that has never been found. Nobody knows what happened to her. And this happened when I was in high school, and nobody knows anything about it. So yeah, I made that comment.
Okay. Did you make that comment because you had knowledge of where Holly Bobo's remains were?
I did not. I only made that comment because of the time period of the news interview, and it's just statistics. If the police doesn't find the person that goes missing, it's just statistics, and that's all I was stating. I guess I watched too many crime.
You heard Rebecca Earp testify that you said that they would tie her up just like you did Holly Bobo, and no one would ever see her again. Did you say that?
I don't recall making that statement.
How about she better not go to the law, and she better not make any statements, otherwise you would hurt her or her family. Did you say that?
I said that.
Okay. Was that you admitting to having anything to do with Holly Bobo?
No.
Was that you claiming to have any knowledge of the murder of Holly Bobo?
No.
How about around July of 2011, when you and Rebecca were at Mitchell's house? She testified to that. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. She said everything was ready to go in the back of the truck to be put under the Birdsong Bridge, and that you said, or I should say you or John Mitchell said, they said that it was Holly's remains in these Tupperware tubs that were in the back of the truck.
The only thing is that date. The date was, we wasn't dating this time. This was after me and her broke up, and this was after me and her broke up. I think she was seeing John, and I do recall that. And we had nothing to do with no remains. It was meth making material. We was just kind of the way we was discussing it. We didn't want to put our business out there. But with the way she took it, I guess she took it that way.
But you never told her that it was Holly Bobo's remains in those tubs?
I never told her it was Holly Bobo's remains. I never told her it was a meth lab.
All right. Do you recall Victor Dinsmore testifying?
I do.
All right. So you testified earlier that you do remember getting into a fight with Shane at Miss Dottie that day.
I do.
Okay, so Victor Dinsmore testified that you and Shane were arguing about who was going to hit it first.
Yes. And can I elaborate with that?
Please.
And when I jumped out, Shane was like, "You ain't gonna hit me," and I said, "Well, I'll hit you first." And that's that comment came up, and I did. I hit him first, and the argument was something stupid. I to this day, I still don't know. It was like, well, that wall's white. No, it's not. And we just jumped out. He's like, "You ain't gonna hit me." I said, "Okay." So,
when that statement, were you in any way claiming that, telling Shane that you were going to rape Holly Bobo first?
No.
You think you're fine after a car accident until this happens. Most people don't realize that even accidents that seem minor can financially destroy you, and the real cost.
Oh.
Anthony Phoenix, who is he?
He was a friend of mine, a drug friend of mine.
All right. Do you recall hearing Anthony Phoenix testify?
I do.
Now, he testified that, first of all, did you talk to Anthony Phoenix about meeting with Miss Bobo?
I did.
And did you express concern to him
I don't believe I expressed concerns. I think I just told him about the meeting.
He testified that you were driving around in the car and said, "Let's rape this bitch."
I did make that comment. I didn't say let's rape this bitch. We was riding around and he was needing some money. He was wanting to rob somebody's house. And anytime I've ever stole something, I've always gotten in trouble. And I could not get him to shut up about wanting to go rob somebody's house. He was wanting to drop him off somewhere and pick him up. And I made the comment, well, if we're just going to do that, we might as well just go rape somebody. Because anytime I steal something, I always get in trouble. So that was, and after I said that, you know, the wheel started turning his head, and I wasn't admitting nothing. I was just trying to get him off the track of going and stealing something, which he did. He didn't say nothing else about stealing nothing that night. So
did you say to him, "I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch and it sure was fun"?
I don't recall ever saying that.
Okay. So at any point in time during your conversations with Anthony Phoenix, did you admit to raping or killing Holly Bobo?
Never.
Jamie Darnell, who's he?
He's a local friend of mine that uses drugs.
All right. And did you guys use drugs together?
Yep.
Okay. You heard him testify at trial.
Yes.
So he testified that you said about a knife that you were carrying. If you knew, if he knew, sorry, if you knew what that knife had done, that you would probably be afraid of holding the knife. Did you say that to him?
I did. That's another situation where he kept bothering me. He was wanting to buy. I've got a knife collection of my dad's, and my dad had a guy Perry Wingo to make these knives. He would make them, and I probably got about 25 or 30 of them. And I had one of these knives with me at the time, and he wanted to buy it. He kept bothering me to buy it. We was getting high, and he kept asking me it. And I just finally, that's what I said. If you knew what this knife done, you wouldn't want it. And after I said that, he didn't ask me no more to buy that knife. But the whole goal of that was just to get him. He didn't. When I told him no the first time, it's like he listened, you know. So I told him that just to get him to quit asking about it.
Were you in any way implying that that knife had been used on Holly Bobo?
No.
How about his testimony that you pulled a pistol out and shot it over the top of a friend out the front door?
No.
Did you do that?
No.
Okay. He also testified that that same night he had pushed you out the door and you broke down crying and started apologizing. Do you recall doing that?
I do. And we was in his bathroom getting high, and I was at this time I was an intravenous user. I used a needle, and I get him to shoot up that day, and he didn't want to. And after that, you know, I felt real bad because I tried to push that on him, and I apologize for that, you know, and that's what I.
Okay, so you were not apologizing for something you did to Holly Bobo.
No.
And he also testified that you need to clear your name, that he couldn't be coming back around his house. You need to clear your name. And he said that you said that you couldn't do that because you were too far involved in it and there was no way that you could do that.
I did. And there's reasons. I thought he was talking about you need to clear your name as far as like being the local drug dealer, being the local drug user. And I told him I was too far in. I can't do that. Like I was selling dope every day at the time. And yeah, I absolutely said that. But that was a mischaracterization.
All right. So were you, when you said that was that an implication from you that you had anything to do, that you were too far deep into Holly Bobo's murder?
No, absolutely not.
Corey Rivers. Do you know who that is?
I do know who that is.
Okay. And you saw him testify.
I did.
So who is Corey Rivers?
He was somebody that was at Williamson County Jail in the pod that I was with.
Okay. And does it sound about right that it was around sometime between April and June of 2016?
That sounds about right.
Okay. He testified that you said that you went to him and asked him if God would ever forgive you. Did you do that?
Never.
And he also testified that you told him that you and a couple of your friends got drunk and went into the woods with this girl. One thing led to another, and I was there for the worst of it. Did you have any conversation with Corey Rivers that was anything like that?
No,
Have you had conversations at all with Corey Rivers?
I did talk to.
Okay. What did those conversations entail?
I don't really recall. I may have told him what was going on, like what going on with the case, you know, what the state was alleging. That's the only thing that we're, you know.
Did you testify to him, or I'm sorry, excuse me, not testify. He testified that you said that the bottom side, one part of Tennessee, and some other pieces was found in other places. Did you say that to him?
I don't recall saying that.
And that it had been chopped up?
I don't recall saying that either.
Did you at any time in any of your conversations with Mr. Rivers admit to killing, raping, or kidnapping Holly Bobo?
No.
All right. How about Sean Cooper? You remember him?
I remember Sean.
Who's he?
He was, so when I was at Chester County Jail, he was in the little room right there with us. I think it was 3 of us.
Okay. Now, he testified that you asked him to tell your brother, Dylan, that if he doesn't keep his mouth shut, that you're going to put him in a hole beside her.
I don't recall saying that. I do remember telling him that he needs to tell my brother. I think he was had charges in Obion County. That's where he was held. I said, well, you get up there, you need to tell my brother, Dylan Adams, he needs to keep his damn mouth shut.
Why are women everywhere choosing Abby X, the new Me Talk alternative?
I got the tummy tuck results without the downtime.
Get a flat, tight tummy with Sonabella's new Abby X. One visit, fat, and loose excess skin removal.
Sonobel IPX is a tremendous breakthrough. Combine both liposuction and skin resection safely to be able to custom tailor our treatment for the patient.
I got a flat, tight tummy thanks to AbEX.
I went to Sonobella and I did the AbEX. I feel confident, and most of all, I feel like the old me before I had my babies.
Because the lies he's telling, he's getting arrested for something I didn't do.
Did you in any way admit to Mr. Cooper or imply to Mr. Cooper involved in Holly Bobo's death?
No.
Okay. How about Jason Kirk? Do you know who that is?
I think that was the other guys that was in there.
All right. And so he testified that he overheard you tell Mr. Cooper that will you give my brother a message for me? Tell him if he doesn't keep his fucking mouth shut, I'm going to plant him next to that bitch. Did you say that?
No.
Did you make any statement? You know, Mr. Kirk also testified that you were bragging about the bond that was put on you. And he testified that you said, I guess you got to kill a bitch to get that kind of bail around here.
I don't recall specifically saying that, but I did make a comment about the bail being so high, and the way the judge, when I left courtroom at Chester County, the judge made an announcement to the court that was the guy for the Holly Bobo deal. Like it was kind of a messed up little deal, but I got angry, but I don't specifically recall just saying that.
Okay. Swift.
He was another person at Williamson County Jail.
Okay. He said that you went up to him and asked him, would God forgive you? Did you ask him if?
The only thing I talked to Chris Swift about was making meth and his meth use and stuff like that, but no.
All right. So he testified that you told him that you weren't involved in the killing, but you were involved in the worst part of it.
Never said that.
Okay. And he testified that you told him about someone who hung himself, and that he and his brother were involved, and your brother were involved in the killing. Did you mention anything to Mr. Swift about Shane Austin?
I may have mentioned that Shane and my brother were well, my brother was being charged, and Shane was a friend of ours, and he had hung himself. But other than that, no.
Did you tell Mr. Swift that they were in the back room having sex with Holly?
No.
Did you tell Mr. Swift that something went wrong, and and that you were involved in the worst part of it?
No.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Swift that as soon as the trial's over, that you're going home, they didn't have a body and they didn't have a murder weapon or a motive?
No.
All right. Did you have any, did you call Mr. Swift from another inmate's?
He gave me his phone number, and I believe I did call him.
Okay. And did you tell him that you probably wouldn't be talking to anybody else and to take care of himself?
I don't remember what I said in that phone call. I'm sure it was recorded if it was a jail phone call.
Did you threaten Mr. Swift in any way?
Absolutely not.
All right. I want to talk to you a little bit now. You said earlier that you had been visited by police on multiple occasions. Okay. So, well, first of all, so I'm looking at all of these statements that you admitted to saying to witnesses that testified. And so as I understand it, there were some of the things that were testified to by various people that you knew outside of jail, right? That you admitted to saying, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But that the people that you knew in jail, you didn't say any of those things.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you recall?
I didn't know them well enough to talk to them like that. You know.
Do you recall meeting with Karen Bobo?
I do. Her and Clint.
Okay. And you heard her testify at trial, right?
I did.
And she testified that when you met with her and Clint described what the kidnapper looked like, her testimony was that you said, "That's Shane." Is that what you said?
That's not what I said. I said, that's the same height as Shane, but Shane has red hair and he was with me.
Okay. Did you tell Ms. Bobo that you would do whatever you could to help?
I did.
All right. So in all of the interactions that you've had with police, let's go back to the first time that they came out to your house. Have you cooperated with law enforcement during the course of the investigation?
Yes, I gave my statement to where I was that day. Yes.
Hey Jess, are you coming to the morning meeting?
Sorry, Sam, I can't today. I'm tied down by my inbox.
Same here. I've got over 50 emails to get through by 10 a.m.
Have none of you heard of Fixer?
No, what's that?
It's an AI email tool that organizes your inbox by priority and drafts your responses for you automatically.
It writes your emails too?
Yeah, it learns from your past emails to write replies in your tone. You just need to review and hit send.
How do we get it?
I'll send you the link right now. It takes 30 seconds to set up.
I'm free!
It's time to bring healthcare data into focus with AI-driven analytics and insights. Because when the data is clear, you can move forward with confidence. Claritative, creating health clarity.
And did you allow them to search your house?
Yes.
Did you allow them to search under your house?
Anywhere there could be a body or, you know, I told the FBI and the TBI, y'all can come in here and look anywhere y'all start pulling drawers up. I'm gonna ask you to leave. You know, you look anywhere a person can be, you know, anywhere you want to look. Anytime they came to me, I would answer questions. Anything. Anytime. I mean.
All right.
jails, anywhere they wanted to question me. They bring me off the work crew at a jail, and I would go in and talk. You know, I knew I didn't really know my rights, but I knew I didn't have to talk to them. But I did. I wanted to help.
Did you do you recall hearing testimony about officers observing you in those early days vacuuming out your car?
I vacuumed out my truck all the time. If you looked at my vehicles, I vacuumed my trucks out all the time. That was a regular occurrence. You can ask anybody that knows me. All my vehicles were clean. I kept a shop vac at the house just for that.
What about the mattresses that were leaning up against the house?
So when Rebecca moved in, we moved all her stuff. I had a double wide 16-foot trailer. We moved all her stuff on that. And the mattress, I think there was 3 mattresses. She had 2 mattresses in the box set. One of the mattresses blew off whenever on 641 when we was coming. So we took everything off the trailer and stuff. And I went back and got that mattress. And she said, look, don't bring it in. We're going to clean it up and stuff. I don't really need that. It just makes the bed look higher. And so I was like, well, what do you want me to do with it? And she's like, I don't care. Just don't bring it in here. We don't have nowhere to put it, you know? So I said, okay. So I leaned it up against the back side of the house. And every time I would mow or every time it would get dirty or something, I'd either wash it off or I would blow it off with the leaf blower because I was under the impression she was still going to use it. I didn't know, what to do with it. It was hers. I wasn't going to throw it away. That would have caused the argument.
Give me one moment. All right. So have you had a chance to review some of the, do you know what an IR is?
I do now. It's an investigative report.
Okay. So I am, have you had a chance to review the IRs that were related to statements that you made to law enforcement?
I have.
Do you recall right around April 23rd of 2011 with them coming out to your law enforcement coming out to your house?
What was the date again?
April the 23rd of 2011.
Okay. Who was the law enforcement officer?
AI Special Agent Matt Ross.
Oh, that's when he took the pictures.
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I was all scratched up from running from the police in Nancy Strays. But it wasn't nothing for me to have scratches. I grew marijuana back behind my house. It's nothing but clear cut. And that was another the time when they was talking about I ran behind the house. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Rainey also testified that he knew marijuana were, which he did. When they come searching, I had to move everything. I had about 5,000 marijuana plants when all this went on. And when Miss Bobo went missing, I moved everything outside. I had just got them started and I moved everything outside. Well, when they started searching, they come through, I had to move everything. And when law enforcement came that one time and talked to me, that's what I ran around behind the house doing, was moving all the marijuana plants that I had there.
Okay. Did you provide your best account of what you did that day to law enforcement?
I did. I didn't tell them every time I used the bathroom, though. I mean, I didn't tell them, I was a drug user. I told them where I went,
Okay. Did you, do you think that there were things that you did throughout that day that you didn't include in your statements to law enforcement?
Absolutely. But I didn't lie. I didn't, I gave the best, there was people that called that morning that I didn't remember talking to that later on that I realized I talked to, like going to the river. There's nothing that happened that morning going to the river. I don't specifically recall going to the river that morning with Jason, but we went down there so much. I'm not disputing that.
Okay. And do you recall right around July 6th of 2011, you were visited by S.A. Dykes and Investigator Inman?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And they came to your residence?
Yeah, I think my granddaddy's. I think we sit on the back porch that time.
All right. And did you give them an accounting of what you did
I did.
on April the 13th, 2011? Okay. I think they had, did you tell them that you had gone to the coon hunt or that you didn't go?
I didn't go. I didn't have no way. And I didn't go to stuff like that. I mean, when I was younger, I did, but I didn't go to stuff like that. I was a drug dealer. Like I didn't go out in public much. Not a lot of people like me, you know. I had a known reputation in the neighborhood for being the local drug dealer and drug user. So just, you know, I could go in a gas station and people would look at me different, you know. Of course, I would give them a stink eye, or I would, you know, I gave them that perspective, like I wasn't the person to be messed with, you know. And
okay. So you were visited again by Agent Dicus on August 28th of 2012. I believe that was in the Benton County Jail.
Yep, in the basement, in the investigator's office.
Okay. Did you ever ask for an attorney when you were speaking with law enforcement?
Never.
Did you volunteer them information?
I'll take that back. When I talked to Jeff Jackson, I think I had asked for an attorney at the end, but during the this meeting I didn't with Terry Dicus at Benton County. I didn't know.
And did you voluntarily sign a release for your phone records?
I did. Anything that they needed, anything anything you wanted my DNA, anything I could have did, I would have did.
Okay. Even if that, so would you have done anything that you could do, even if it meant?
There were so many cops in the neighborhood. We would have did anything to get the police to solve this, to get the TBI and the cops out of our neighborhood. It was so hard for us drug dealers and stuff. We wanted the police to solve this thing, you know.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Dicus, or S.A. Dicus on May 22nd of 2013? And I believe that was at the Decatur County Sheriff's Office.
Go into specifics on that.
There was an investigator Cunningham and investigator Meeks.
About the leather coat.
Yes.
Yes.
So
don't compromise quality insurance for savings or your time for this ad. Hit that skip button or don't. And watch me skip.
you gave a voluntary statement to law enforcement at that time?
I did. There was a leather coat that I didn't know the specifics of what had happened or whatever, but there was a leather coat in my brother's truck. I didn't know who it belonged to. I know my brother did at this time. I don't think he had a girlfriend, and I was willing to do anything I could to help. And I called him in. I said, "Hey, look, did Miss Bobo have a leather coat on?" And they said, "No, this didn't."
Okay.
I was willing to do anything, you know.
Do you recall again meeting with or speaking with law enforcement September? Let me make sure that I'm on the right one. Hold on one second. September 9th of 2013 with Agent Joe Walker. Did you meet with him?
I did at the Benton County Jail. He brought me in from work release. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. And did you give him a statement about your whereabouts on April the 13th, 2011?
Just told him where I was.
Did any of your testimony change? Did you add any additional information to him that you recall?
Not that I specifically recall. Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Walker asking, saying, "Your name keeps coming up"?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. So did you address that with Mr. Walker at all?
Yeah, I think I told him I'd made some jokes, made some statements.
Okay. All right. And what about on February the 28th, 2014, when that's when you
The day I
spoke
got
with
arrested?
Jeff, that's the day you got arrested, Jeff Jackson and Agent Lewis and Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that interaction.
So February 28th, I was with a girl named Trish Evans. She had a house in Camden. So I had stayed the night with her. And that morning I was getting up, I was going to help a guy that owned a local plumbing shop up there. Not sure his name. I think his last name was Farmer. I was going to help him, and Richard Cottom went by my house and seen there was police everywhere. And I think it was Linda Kimball is the one that called and said, "Hey, there's cops all at your house. What's going on?" So I thought it was the local cops. I thought they had done sold to us a confidential informant, sold some drugs or something. I didn't really know what was going on. So I called the Decatur County Sheriff's Department. And I said, "Hey, look, what's going on? Why is the police at my house? What are y'all doing?" Zach, we don't know what's going on. It ain't us. So I call. I said, "Well, y'all go back by there and see what kind of cops it is." So they went back by and they said, "Well, it's got to be TBI." So I went on the internet looking for the number for the TBI. They don't really have it. So I just called 1-800-TBI-FIND. And I asked them, "So what are y'all doing in my house?" And they asked, "Well, where are you at?" They wouldn't answer my question. I lied. I said, I'm in Lexington." "What are y'all doing at my house?" They said, "Well, we need to talk to you." And I said, "Well, I'm working right now. We need to get here." And I said, "Well, I don't have a driver's license." So I hung up, took my phone apart, and I called my girlfriend. I said, "TBI's at my house." And I said, "I really don't know what this is about." And she said, "Well, what do you want to do?" And I said, well, I need to go see what this is about. This is, there's lots of law there. So I said, "Let's go have them come pick me up. There's no need in you driving." She didn't have no license. And so I called TBI back. I said, "Well, y'all can pick me up at the McDonald's in Camden. I'm leery of police anyway. So I wanted to meet at a public spot." They came, and I called them back and I asked, I said, how many TBI agents are there? And I think they said 3 or 4. I bought everybody. I went in McDonald's. I bought everybody Sprites and drinks and sausage and biscuits and just I bought everything and got in the vehicle at the McDonald's with Jeff Jackson, and I don't know the other agent's name. I know Jeff Jackson was in the back. We leave McDonald's and they pull right in the Camden Bank parking lot. Tell me to get out. And the whole time Jeff Jackson's got his hand on his gun. And I'm thinking, when I get in that vehicle, I thought I was going to get shot. I didn't know what was going on. He never took his hand off his gun. They pull me out. They search me, take my pocket knife, and we ride to my house. And I'm asking, like, what's this about? What's this about? And they make statements that my brother has made statements. I says, "Dylan, he's in federal holding. What's he made statements about?" And we get to my house and it's a circus. Like, they had the driveway blocked off. They had the TBI mobile command unit in my granddaddy's front yard. It was circus. It was a circus. And
So let me just make this, you voluntarily, you sought out law enforcement and you found out that they were looking for you and you invited them to come meet with you.
I did. I called them.
Okay.
They had already knocked the door down, was in my house.
All right. So I want to ask you one last set of questions. Okay.
Yeah.
At your trial in this case, has your defense always been straight up innocence?
Always. Till my last breath on this earth, it's always going to be innocent.
Then why didn't you testify?
The reason I didn't testify, a week before my trial, Jennifer Thompson had my mom and my cousin come in from Atlanta. My mom had to take off work and come up here, and we all met at the Savannah jail over here in the library. And they had already talked before this and planned all this out, but they got up there. She got my mom up there and my cousin up there, and my mom made me promise that I wouldn't testify because of all the bad things that the state was going to try to say about me, and they just didn't want me to testify. And
Did any of your attorneys ever meet with you and prepare testimony for you?
never.
Did you discuss taking the stand with Ms. Thompson?
I did multiple times, and the way I guess that she practiced, she tried to say that, you know, she didn't want me to. She didn't want me to at all.
Okay.
I was advised not to. I wanted to bad.
How about with Mr. Simmons? Did you have that conversation with him?
I didn't, not that I recall.
Okay.
Turns out if you've been in a car accident in the last year, they have to give you a huge check. And all you have to do is ask. No, seriously.
Did the pressure from your family and the advice you received from counsel, did that in any way affect your decision not to testify?
It did. It did.
Do you recall Judge McGinley asking you questions, saying, is this your decision not to testify?
It did. He did ask me that. And at the time, I didn't realize I could have said yes, you know, and went against my lawyer. You know, I just was going with what Jennifer, and we paid her a lot of money. She was a paid attorney. We paid her a lot of money, and I was told to listen to her. And that's what I did.
Did Ms. Thompson ever sit down and discuss any kind of defense strategy with you?
We met a lot, but like the discovery. I never got to see all of the discovery. Like she tried to fix it up at the Williamson County Jail where I could get a computer and get the hard drives. Like, and the sheriff, there wasn't trying to make anything extra, like special for me. He said, no, you can get it mailed in. What the sheriff didn't realize, it would have filled 4 or 5 cells up. And I never got to see all the discovery. I never, you know, we met a lot, but a lot of it just, you know, she just asking where I was, just, you know, she was unorganized, very unorganized.
So being a part of this post-conviction relief process, observing Mr. Bates and I.
Day and night difference.
So knowing now, if you had known then what you know now, would you testify?
Absolutely.
And I just have to ask these questions one more time. Did you kidnap Holly Bobo?
No.
Did you rape Holly Bobo?
No.
Did you murder Holly Bobo?
No.
Did you have anything to do with the disposal of her remains?
No. And if I would have knew anything about this, it could have helped in any way possible, I would have.
And is everything that you testified today the truth?
Absolutely.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. At 8:19 in the morning on April 13th of 2011, you texted Jason Autry.
Okay.
Never mentioned that to the police.
I didn't mention every text I made. I didn't tell them every time I used the bathroom.
8:30, you called Jason Autry on the morning of April 13th, 2011.
Ms. Weiber, there was a lot of phone calls I made that morning. There was a lot of people I talked to that morning that I don't recall talking to.
8:35 on the morning of April 13th, 2011, you called your grandfather, Zach Adams. 8:37 morning of April 13th, 2011, you're calling Jason Autry again. Let me guess, you don't remember that, right?
If I would have, I would have.
You would have what?
If I would have remembered, I would tell you. I'm not
Okay.
going to sit here.
Okay. 8:38, Jason Autry calls you back. Again, I'm talking about the morning of April 13th, 2011. The morning that has been your whole life since it happened. Since April 13th, 2011, that day has consumed your life. And nobody until this moment has heard that information. You didn't tell one officer.
I did not.
Wait, I had nothing to do with Holly Bobo's disappearance. I was on the phone with my grandfather. I was texting with my buddy Jason Autry. Never mentioned it, did you?
There's a lot of things I did that day that I didn't mention.
Right.
And it wasn't because I was lying or trying to be, it's because I just didn't remember. I was a drug user. I didn't remember everything I did that day, but I didn't lie about where I was at.
You
Absolutely.
like to leave things out, like you told, you like to leave things out sometimes when the police talk to you.
No.
Okay.
No.
8:38, you're calling Autry. 8:53, you're calling Jason Autry. What was the urgency of getting hold of Jason Autry that morning?
We talk all the time.
Okay.
We probably talked every day. Pull the phone records before that day, April 12th, April 11th. How many times did we talk to Jason Autry? I talked to Jason weekly. I mean, every day I've talked to Jason. There's probably wasn't a day that went by during that time period that we didn't talk. We used drugs every day. Of course we talked.
Y'all were close.
We talked every day.
Y'all were close.
I looked up to him.
Right. 8:58, you get a call from Brandon Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
9:10, you get a call from Brandon Williams.
Yes, ma'am. We was talking. Brandon Williams was a friend of mine, Rebecca's, and yes, I was talking to him. We're trying to get him to help get on my side and get Rebecca back on my side.
Rebecca Earp testified at the trial. Of course, she was not telling the truth, right? She was mistaken about what she remembered. She wasn't telling the truth. She told the jury, you left early that morning to go scrapping. Turns out you didn't go scrapping, right? Remember that? I
didn't. Look at the scrap records. I didn't. I scrapped before. I think it was 2 days before that, and a couple of days after that.
She told her
that
that's
was at my house. If she testified that she was at my house, how is she at my house if her cell phone is pinging at 4 a.m. at her mama's house? How is she at my house?
I don't know. At between 9:50 and 10:32 in the morning, you're wearing your phone out. You remember that? 9:50 and 10:32 from the Bird Song Tower, which is the closest to the state, which is the closest to the underpass, which is the closest to where you put a bullet through the head of Holly Bobo. You are wearing your phone out. Do you remember who all you texted and called? You called Joe's Video. Shane Austin is calling you. You're calling Michael Hughley. Is he one of your drug buddies too?
He is.
Okay. You're calling Joe's Video again. Who works at Joe's Video?
Rebecca Earp.
You called Joe's Video again at 10:15. At 10:15, you're calling your grandfather again, trying to find him. At 10:16, you're calling your grandfather. 10:08, you get a text. 10:18, you send a text. 10:19, Shane Austin is calling saying, where are you, man? Right? Where are you, man? This plan is about to fall apart and blow up. Where are you, man? 10:19, you called Joe's Video again, trying to get a hold of Rebecca because y'all were having a fight, right? 10:35, you call Dick Adams, your grandfather, again. 10:38, you call Rebecca. 10:49, Rebecca texts you, and lo and behold, and the whole world heard it, and there's no denying it, and nobody cares, that at 11:12 in the morning,
Okay, guys, let's talk about collagen and heart function. So if you're new here, you don't know that I have congestive heart failure and I have kidney disease. So I am
of April 13th, 2011, where were you?
It's at my house.
At 11:12 in the morning on April 13th, 2011?
I don't recall exactly I don't recall the exact time. Like I just testified to, the first thing I remember that morning is Shane calling. He asked if we wanted to overdose on Xanax. Just like I said, I went out to my brother's, got him up, got on Facebook.
No, you didn't. Because there's evidence in the file, and I'm sure you've seen it because your lawyers that are sitting here today have shown it to you. And the lawyers, the 16-member team that you had representing you at trial, they showed you everything. There's no proof that you were on that computer at home. It was a mobile posting from your Facebook page. The last activity was at 6 o'clock in the morning. Is that coming back to you?
That's That's
at 11:12 in the morning of April 13th, 2011. Where were you? Let me give you a hint. The bank. Does that sound about right? I mean, isn't that what this is all about? Your lawyer stood up months ago and said, our client was at.
We was at the bank.
May I finish? They stood up months ago and told this judge that on April 13th, 2011, the last day that Holly Bobo took breath on this earth, my client could not have committed the crime that a jury convicted him of because he was at the ATM in Parsons. Dun, dun, dun. Mystery solved. We are so sorry. 11:12 in the morning is the whole point of this hearing, for you to convince Judge Bradbury that there's no way you could have raped, murdered, and kidnapped Holly Bobo because you were pulled in backward at the ATM at 11:12 in the morning on April 14th, right?
That's
right?
correct. That is correct.
Right.
That's correct.
But we got no proof of that.
That truck.
Okay, the truck that you can't see anybody in.
That truck is my brother's truck. I was driving that truck.
Okay.
Was there any other vehicle that was pulled in the ATM backwards that day?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
If we had real ATM video, we would know, wouldn't we? That's not the real ATM video. ATM video shows the person that's punching the numbers in. If we had that, we would see Shane Austin punching the numbers in. And you would see me in the driver's seat and possibly my brother in the back.
You know what the jury heard from your cell phone expert? Do you know what the jury that convicted you heard from your cell phone expert? Not the state of Tennessee's, though he agreed with it, but from the very expert. Remember Jonathan Reeves? Remember that name?
I do.
When you attended the trial, you were here every day, right?
I did.
Miss Thompson put you in a new suit every day from her husband, right? She put makeup on you, right?
I did.
Yeah.
You're right.
You sat here, you listened to the witnesses, you took notes, right?
I did.
You were engaged in the trial, right?
I did.
You're pulling on the note and asking them questions, you're interacting with them. Jonathan Reeves, your cell phone expert, told the jury Zach Adams' phone was pinging off of the Parsons cell tower at 11:16 in the morning. Remember that?
That's right. Along with Shane Austin and Dylan Adams.
Right. We're all in Parsons.
That's right.
We're all in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. The jury heard it. They didn't seem to care much about it, did they?
The jury heard a lot of things, a lot of lies.
Right. Everybody was lying, weren't they?
Well, I wouldn't say everybody, but there was a lot of lies told in that case, in that trial. Lots of lies.
Ask you about the trial a little bit more. You mentioned that if you had, if I had just known I had the opportunity not to testify or to testify, I would have done that. I would have done that. I'm sure you've seen this, and we'll talk about it in a little more depth in a minute. There's a document, a series of documents that your lawyer's team put together titled Zach's Stupid Mouth. Remember that? Did you ever see that?
No.
It outlines everything that you just talked to you about, in addition to everything else that you said to anybody with ears between April 13th, 2011 up to today, because you're still talking about it. But at the trial, after the state rested, right? And Judge McGinley looked to your team and said, will there be any defense proof? Does your client testify? Remember that?
What was the question again?
Do you remember being asked if you wanted to testify at your own trial?
I did.
Okay. You're on trial for the rape, murder, and kidnapping of Holly Bobo. The judge asked you if you wanted to testify Did you answer the judge right away, or did you talk to your lawyers about it?
I believe I answered right away.
You just blurted out an answer.
I didn't know. I was advised by my lawyer not to, and that's what I did.
Okay, all right, now approach your honor.
You may, you can pass it to the vote.
Your Honor, may I see what is being
The
presented?
moment here at the trial, it's page 2,530. I don't know the bottom. There you go. Thank you. You recognize this?
Your Honor, would you like the transcript? We have a copy of the transcript for the court if you would like to follow along.
I'll be all right. If you're gonna be objections, just be here.
No, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and accept it. Exhibit 116.
Do you recognize Mr. Judge McGinley talking to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You sat in that, didn't you? You remember?
I don't recall sitting in this stand. I think I stood up there at the time.
Swear in?
I don't believe I was sworn in.
Yes, you were. Read it. You were sworn in, and you were sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
Okay, I see that right.
By virtue of, Your Honor, what else did this be marked as an exhibit?
I did mark it as
Thank you.
exhibit 116.
By virtue of the
My work is easy because I use Fixer. Here's how I clear my inbox in minutes. I start by checking how Fixer has organized my inbox by priority.
Constitution, we all have certain rights. One of those rights is you can't be compelled to give testimony. You were present when this is the judge talking to you, right? Not to Ms. Thompson, not to your mother, to you. You were present when I read that to the jury at the outset. Said if you do not take the stand to testify, that they can draw nothing from that, that's constitutional right. Also, you have a constitutional right to give testimony if you wish, desire. You can take the stand. If you do, you will be subjected to cross-examination, and your credibility will be judged by the jury by the same standards I've already charged them. This is your decision, okay? Again, this is the judge talking to you. Your big moment.
Miss Wyrick.
You can make it having consulted with your attorneys. Again, this is the judge talking to you after you've been sworn to tell the truth. I would expect you to consult with your attorneys, but this is not their decision. This is your decision. You're standing there between two of your attorneys. Mr. Gonzalez came on the case late, but you've had ample opportunity to discuss this with Mr. Simmons and Ms. Thompson. Is that correct? That's the judge asking you. Is that correct? You know what you said? Yes, sir. Having said all of that, is it your election not to give testimony? Again, this is the judge asking you. Yes, sir, that's right. Correct. The judge goes on because the judge wants to make sure this very important decision is being made freely and voluntarily, without any pressure, without a lawyer saying, oh, no. You ain't getting on that stand. So the judge says to you, are you doing this freely and voluntarily? You said, yes, sir. You don't feel pressured either way? This is the judge asking you again. No, sir. The judge goes on because it's that important to give or to not give. You cut him off. You were so ready. No, sir. No pressure. No, sir. This is your decision. The judge is asking you again. This is your decision. Yes, sir. All right. Want to address anything further? Here's your open mic moment. Do you want to address anything further?
Absolutely.
No, sir, I do not. And that was the end of it. And then your team began putting on your proof in the trial. What was the defense in your trial? Do you remember?
I was innocent.
Right. What was the defense? What was the strategy? Who committed the crime?
Mr. Britt.
There you go. Terry Britt was the strategy. And the defense was built around that, correct?
I also want to say my mind was already made up about the testifying before the judge asked me all this. My mind was made up the minute that I promised my mom and my cousin that I wouldn't testify. There was nothing that was going to change that.
So you're either lied to Judge McGinley when you were under oath. You didn't tell Judge McGinley anything about your mom and your grandmother pressuring you. So you either lied to Judge McGinley on that day or you're lying to this judge today about it, because that never came out of your mouth, did it?
That didn't come out of my mouth, but my mind was already made up.
Okay.
My mind was already made up.
You never told the judge that though, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. All right.
I didn't. There was a lot of things that I didn't realize at my trial, there was a lot of things. I was totally unprepared. I had no way to access law books or anything. There's a lot of things I didn't know that I would have did different. There's lots of things
that you would have done differently.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Absolutely. There was I would have demanded to go through all the discovery. I would have demanded it. That's one of the key things. What if there's something in there? My lawyer don't know if there's something in there. I mean, that's.
Let me ask you this: how many times did Ms. Thompson come to meet with you?
I don't recall Miss Wyrick. She came a lot. She did.
She worked hard on this case. Almost 4,000 hours. Do you know that? Almost 4,000 hours of time that she billed the state of Tennessee for, which is probably an underestimate of the time. I would imagine she probably put time into this case that she didn't bill the state for. In addition to that, your family paid her $50,000, right?
I believe it was 55.
All right. She put a lot of work into this. How many times did she come see you? 10, 20, 30, 40?
She came a lot.
Give us an idea.
Yeah. 50.
50 times.
I would say, yes.
Judge Runner, just
I
speculation.
I don't recall. Like I said, I don't recall how many times. I didn't count. I didn't mark it.
It's a lot. We know it's a lot.
But every time she came, she wouldn't. A lot of times we would just be going through the discovery, going through stuff.
Well, I thought you just said you never saw this.
I didn't see all of it. There's 4 terabytes worth. I didn't. I'm not sure she looked at all of it.
Did she ever call you on the phone? Did you ever call her on the phone?
We did.
Okay. So you had in-person meetings. You talked over the phone. Every time you had a court setting, you were with her, correct?
We did, and when she did call, when we did talk, we didn't talk. She advised me not to talk about the case on the phone. She was very leery. When I was at Chester County Jail, I remember they would let me call her, but they would carry me to there's a little room in there, the same room when she would come to meet with me. It's the same room they would put me in. And when I told her about it, she said, "Well, from here on out, don't talk about nothing on the phone. We think this room may be wired or something."
Sure. So she didn't want you talking there. Right. So she came to see you many times. She also sent people to come see you, correct?
She did.
Mitigation experts that came to see you, right? Remember Lee Norton? Who was Lee Norton?
The one that did the IQ test and all that.
Okay. Jim Simmons, did he come see you?
He did.
All right. Did Jerry Gonzalez ever come see you?
I don't specifically recall. I think he might have came once. I don't really recall.
How many times did the mitigation specialist come see you?
We have got to the point where Literally anybody can build a fully working app with This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder.
I think we met once with Jim Simmons, and then she came back another time and gave me the IQ test.
And there was a team of investigators working on the
remember
case,
two
right?
investigators. I remember
Eight?
two. I think there was two. Jim Simmons had a investigative team, and Jennifer had one, but it was like two investigators.
They ever come see you?
They did. They came with Jennifer and Jim.
And so I'm certain, correct, that in these conversations and these meetings, when you met with Ms. Thompson, did she take notes? Was she writing anything down? Was she just on her cell phone?
She took some notes.
Okay. So in the course of these interactions, did the investigators take down notes?
I don't recall. I believe so.
Okay. What about Lee Norton? Lee Norton take notes?
I don't remember much. I can't really recall Lee Norton. I know we did the IQ thing. That was with the blocks and all that stuff. I thought that was kind of.
But it's your testimony today that you told all of these people, I couldn't have done this because I was with Shane ODing on Xanax, right?
That's the truth.
Okay. And you told all of those people, I couldn't have done this. I was with Shane ODing on Xanax when Holly Bobo was abducted, raped, and murdered, right? That's what you told them.
Shane and Dylan was with me.
Okay.
They was with me.
Right.
So
When?
I was with
At what time?
like you just said, 11 o'clock, we was at the ATM. So that truck that you just showed, that's us pulling the ATM backwards.
Right. Okay. But you told all that to Miss Thompson and to Miss Norton and to Jim Simmons and to the team of investigators. They all knew there was no way.
Like I just testified to, there was things that I don't remember about that morning. I don't specifically recall going to that ATM until some later on.
Okay. Do you remember telling, well, let me ask you this. Did you remember reading or seeing from Ms. Thompson a report from one of the mitigation experts? There are problems with using his mother as mitigation because Zach shot her. Remember that? I know a minute ago, I wrote it down because it was such a creative description of a shooting that somehow your mother's leg accidentally got in the path of a bullet that you accidentally had in your possession. I think I'm not getting it accurate, but you shot your mother.
I did not shoot my mother like you're sitting here saying. I operated a firearm in a reckless manner. Rule number 1 of hunter safety: you're supposed to always, any weapon, you're supposed to treat it like it was loaded. I treated that firearm, a pistol, as it was unloaded, and it went off and it struck my mother in the knee. I didn't voluntarily shoot my mother like you're sitting here, like you're trying to explain to everybody. That did not happen.
Trying to explain anything,
That's
Mr.
what
Adams.
You're trying to make it like.
No. What I'm trying to do is get to the truth for
That
the
is the
judge
truth.
and for this court. And you're well versed in the use of guns, aren't you?
I am.
You've been handling guns since you were about 8 years old, right? When your
I am.
grandfather taught you how to handle a gun and how
Probably
to
before
shoot
that.
deer.
Probably before that.
Okay. All right. So you know about all that.
Yeah.
You told the mitigation or the investigator team that came to see you that you've known Jason Autry for a long time, right?
I believe I just testified to that.
Right. You never told the police that, though.
Yeah, I never told the police that. I was scared of Jason.
Okay.
Jason's not a
Thought he was
person
your-
that you're just going to tell the police on.
I'm not asking you, why didn't you tell the police that Jason Autry with you at the river when you murdered Holly Bobo? Why didn't you tell the police Jason Autry is my best friend and we text and talk to each other on the phone every day? You never said that to the police, did you?
I never tell the police a lot of things.
Okay. In fact, you told Eva Pilgrim with 2020, I was with Jason that day.
I don't recall being with Jason that day.
You just testified that you were with Jason that day.
I was, but I don't, there was no specific, I was with Jason so much. There was nothing we did that morning that like, we didn't catch a big bass. We didn't, there was nothing specific about that morning to make me remember. Like those phone calls you just went through, I'm sure they happened, but I couldn't tell you that what we talked about. There was nothing specific that happened that morning to make that stood out. I'm sure I made every one of those phone calls. I'm sure I made every one of those texts, but I can't tell you what we was talking about. I'm sure it was about drugs or something of long. I guarantee it was about drugs. It's the only thing it could have been.
Do you remember how many times you told your lawyers, I just want to go to trial. I just want to go to trial.
Absolutely.
They wanted you to plead
I'm
guilty.
innocent of this. Absolutely. I don't care if death is on the table or not. Absolutely. I'll to my dying breath, I'll be innocent. And that's the truth.
In all of these interviews with the investigators, when did you ever tell them I was with Jason Autry that day?
I got to call being with Jason that day. I was with Jason so much. Ma'am, we did so many drugs. Days would run together. Jason hung out at my house so much. We was together all the time. All the time.
Then why not tell the police that?
Two or 3 days before April 11th or April 13th, 2011. Look, 2 days after. We talked all the time. All the time.
Then why not tell the police that? Do you remember telling investigators that people steer clear of Jason and I when we're together? Most people know we are up to no good. Remember telling them that?
That's the truth. Most of the time me and Jason was together, we was up to no good. We was usually getting high, or he was usually trying to steal something.
What kind of car did Jason drive back in April of 2011?
PT Cruiser, gray, 4-door.
Did he come to your house later that day before y'all went over to Dottie's?
He did, yeah, he came that day.
So you did see that later?
I did.
Okay. Yeah. All right, y'all went to Dottie's together, and you're both covered in blood, is what your brother and Shane told the police. You both had blood on your clothes.
That's a lie.
You know, that was, of course, that's a lie. Yeah. And that's when y'all got in the fight, right? You and Shane got in the fight there.
Yeah, but so he just pulls up my house. He got blood all over him. We're just gonna go about our daily business with just blood all over. That makes no sense whatsoever.
There's a lot about this that doesn't make.
If you live in a Florida, Georgia, or South Carolina zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully. I was an insurance agent for 30 years, and what I'm about to tell you could save you up to 80% on your auto insurance. Here's what the industry doesn't want you to know. Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina drive most for car insurance out of any state.
Make much sense.
You're right. Like you're absolutely right. Like those ATM videos. If we had those ATM videos of that day, you would see Shane Austin. You would see in the driver's seat. And you see my brother in the back seat. But where are they at?
Right.
If we could get those, if the TBI would have did their job and got that, we wouldn't be here today. Promise you, we wouldn't be here today.
Heard that you were in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. The jury heard that from your own expert.
Miss
and
Wire,
they did
of course
not
they heard that.
hear. Do you know what time Holly Bobo was abducted?
I don't.
7:50 in the morning on April 13th, 2011. So your defense team, you filed a notice of alibi, didn't you? You and your lawyers. Remember who your alibi witnesses were? Do you remember who you told the court your alibi witnesses were going to be in a written motion?
I think it was what? No, I don't recall.
Dick Adams, Dylan Adams, Shane Austin,
right,
and Rebecca Earp.
All the people seen that day.
Right.
All people I made phone calls to that day. Everybody you just stated, I was talking to that day. Everybody, you just stated every one of those names. You just stated that I talked to on the phone that day. Every one of those names that I seen that day. Me and Dylan, we were together that day.
Did any of those people, who of that bunch saw you at 8 o'clock in the morning on April 13th, 2011?
Nobody. Well, nobody.
So on April 13th, 2011, much later in the day, after you'd gotten into a fight with Shane at Dottie's, your grandfather calls 911. Not once, but twice. April 13th, 2011.
That's correct.
The jury heard that, right?
That's correct. If I'm not mistaken, he said he's trying to get a gun and a vehicle. Well, why was I needing a vehicle if I had the white pickup, like you said? That makes no sense whatsoever. And you said it yourself yesterday. If I had access to a vehicle, why was I needing his vehicle?
Maybe you were trying to get out of town fast because
That's not the truth. It's because I didn't have a
and
vehicle.
murdered Holly Bobo.
It's because I didn't have a vehicle. That's why I was trying to get his van.
See if you recognize these voices. Is that your grandfather?
That's Dick.
911, where's your emergency? Yeah, this is 260 Adams line. Zachary's down here raising hell again. Who? Zachary Adams. Okay. Causing trouble? Yeah, he's causing trouble. Is this Dick? Yeah, it's Dick. All right, stay on the line, woman. Okay. Did he get any weapons or anything? No, he don't have any weapons now. Did he have? Oh, he hasn't. He just raising hell with me. Okay. County units, immediate bin route 260 Adams Lane, 260 Adams Lane. I have a grandson causing problems. Come out 2146. It's just you and him now? Well, his brother's here too. He's the only one causing problems. Yeah, he's raising hell wanting my van. I'm not gonna let it happen. I'm talking to them 911, so I'm not past there. We got here. I told you, you raising hell with me. I tried to get you to leave. And you got out of bed. Well, he can't leave now. Was he leaving in? Well, he ain't got no vehicle. He ain't nowhere to go. He's on drugs or something. I don't know what the hell it is. I can't put up with this. Well, he said he'd leave and he wouldn't bother. It's just totally up to you. You call me. Well, I mean, if you want him to come and take care of it, okay. I'll let him leave. All right. If you need us, call us back. Okay, I'll call you back. All righty. All right,
He ain't got no vehicle.
There's another phone call. There's another call.
Okay, but he just said he ain't got no vehicle. Yeah, I didn't have no vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your emergency? Hey, there's someone down here. Zachary's run, but he grabbed 2 guns. I got him away from him, but there's something down here to get him. He's on drugs. Okay, has he got any weapons now? Hang on just a second. No, he ain't got any weapons now. I've got him. Hang on just a second. County units, we'll need you to be back en route to 260 Adams Lane. 260 Adams Lane. I'm not going to do it. Subjects come back causing problems. I'm not going to do it. Go ahead. Hang on, just stay on the phone with me. Okay. Is he still there in the house? No, he's the one out here right now. Well, I'm sorry, I can't put up with this. Where's he live? He lives right next door to me. What's his number? 235 Adam Point. He got the gun? I got a back. Okay. And he may have one out his house, an old muzzle or something, I don't know. He's all the time cutting things off. Have you put the gun back up? I got it. Okay.
You didn't have a car or truck at that time, right? Because it had been confiscated on April 4th, correct? You got arrested?
It was confiscated, and then my granddaddy went and got it out and hid it at Betty Bell's house.
He hid it from you, right?
Yeah, and I didn't get it. So this Holly got abducted April 13th, 2011. That Friday after this is when he took me up there to get the truck. It was hid behind their house, behind Betty Bell's house.
What time did he take you up there?
I don't recall, Miss Wyrick. I know it was around lunch, I would say.
All right. And where's that truck today?
You know more than I do. I'm sure the TBI had it.
They searched it, right?
They did.
They searched the black pickup truck.
They
They
did.
searched a lot of cars that you had access to, right?
Tore my house all apart.
Right. How many cars that you had access to did they search? Do you remember?
Cars that y'all searched, none of them ran. That white Nissan never ran.
How many cars and trucks that you had access to did the TBI search?
The Silverado that was wrecked, that was incapacitated.
Just give me a number.
I'm counting right now. I'm counting. I'm doing it right now. If you're just my Silverado, there was.
The person who caused the accident doesn't want to know this. You should never sue them if you want to potentially get paid a huge check quickly. There's this thing called the Crash Connect Settlement Accelerator, and it got me paid a $100,000 check for my car accident last month without any of the typical hassles. I didn't have to sue the person who hit me, I didn't have to step foot in court, and I didn't have to talk to insurance directly. I just qualified and they got me my money for free. Listen, if you've been in a car accident in the past year, even as a passenger, you could be owed a major payout. All you have to do is qualify. While most accident victims are stuck in lawsuits for 12 to 18 months paying upfront attorney fees with money in sight, some are getting massive settlements in as little as 30 days through the Crash Connect Settlement Accelerator. It was specifically designed to help accident victims get the maximum compensation they may be owed without suing, without going to court, and without dealing with insurance companies directly. Right now, they're looking for 10 more car accident victims to use this program completely free and get their full payout. They could be owed fast as 30 days. Let me share what happened to Daniel. They told him suing was necessary to get real money. The cost? $5,000 up front, and at least 17 months of waiting. Daniel was ready to sign the agreement. Then he found out about the Crash Connect Settlement Accelerator and decided to try that first. He never sued anyone. He received $100,000 in 44 days without upfront legal fee or courtroom drama. So here's what to do. All you have to do is use the qualification tool below. Click the link around this video, and it'll tell you in seconds if your accident qualifies. Answer 4 easy multiple choice questions. No legal terms, nothing complex. Takes about 30 seconds, and it's 100% free. If your accident qualifies, an accident specialist will help you get that money for free. They contact you, you explain your case, and they take over from there. No filing lawsuits, no court appearances, no insurance company runaround. Your check could arrive in as little as 30 days, and you don't get a cent unless you actually receive compensation. We can't change what happened in your accident, but this program could help ensure you get complete compensation for every medical bill, every missed, all vehicle damage, and everything else, without the nightmare of suing. Imagine what $50,000, $100,000 or more would do for your life today. Pay off those medical bills hanging over you. Get a dependable car. Stop worrying about money every single day and actually have security. Here's the truth about why they don't want you to know. Suing keeps your money tied up for months or years. You're paying upfront legal fees, missing work for court dates, and they're counting on you getting time and settling for less. The Settlement Accelerator changes all that. You could get paid fast, which is the last thing they want happening. Does this apply to you? If your accident happened in the past and you were
crashed, I had a black Nissan. It didn't run. The white Nissan, it didn't run. There's another black Nissan that didn't run. It was just the parts.
Okay. They searched it all.
Yep.
All right. There's more to this 911 tape. If we You may continue.
He's run to 235. He run back to his house at 235. Calm down, Dick. We're gonna get you some help out there. They just come in and woke you up. Yeah. He's been well asleep all day, and I can tell he's up on drugs. I called him power too. And you just tell him if he comes back over. Hadn't seen him sit up, but no, he grabbed that couple of guns and I got him away from him. And he run. So he comes to my gym, I told him, shoot, hang on.
Pause that, Mr. Williams. For what?
We're just playing the entire thing, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I think it's almost done. To show his frantic state of the defendant on April 13th, 2011, trying to get to vehicles and trying to get to guns. Is that it? I think we'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibits.
Objection, Mr. Bates, thank you. Let's put those both on one flash drive collected exhibit 17.
That's already. Thank
you. A few days after this, did you get one of your granddaddy's cars that night after he's calling 911? Did you get one?
Did not.
Okay.
No.
A couple days later, Warren Rainey comes by your house, correct?
I don't dispute that.
Law enforcement? Okay. And he asked you for your phone number. You wouldn't give it to him.
I don't cooperate. I didn't cooperate with law at the time like that.
He noticed that you were shaking.
They knew my phone number. Why do I have to? I mean,
Sure.
stuff, they have my DNA. I'm not, it's just little stuff like that they would ask. Back then, Miss Wyrick, it was me against the police. I drugs. I did drugs. I knew that these, it's not like I am now.
Right. So if they knew all about it all, why were you shaking so bad that day when he came?
I had about 5,000 marijuana plants right behind the house there.
Okay.
Inside the house. It was all inside the house. I'm talking, I had about at least 5,000.
But they knew you were a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Okay. So he comes by, wants to talk to you, check some things out. You won't give him your phone number. That's when they watch you for hours. That's when you're vacuuming out the truck. That's when you're running back and forth between your granddaddy's house and washing a mattress. You never once mentioned, wait a minute, I was at the bank on April 13th, 2011. I was at the ATM at 11:16 in the morning. I was with Shane and I was with Dylan. You never mentioned it.
No, I never mentioned that. But if we'd had that video, if we had that ATM footage, like I did, it would show Shane at the ATM getting, and like I said, I don't know where the video's at. If TBI would have did their job, I'm here right now and lose like I am.
Well, thank goodness for your cell phone expert. Thank goodness for Jonathan Reeves, who made it clear to the jury. Zach Adams was in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. He made that clear to the jury.
Well, ma'am, that
Law
ATM footage
enforcement-
would have showed me sitting in that 2007 Silverado with Shane in the passenger seat, my brother possibly in the back.
Mr. Adams, I know that's your position. Ms. Wyrick, I know that his expert testified.
Yes, sir.
The jury heard it.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on.
Yes, sir. April 23rd, 2011, law enforcement comes back. They see the scratches on you. You said that you got those on April 4th of 2011 when you were arrested by Henderson County. That was investigated. You didn't get the scratches then. And there was testimony about that you lied about that. Again, you don't mention the bank. You don't mention Jason Autry. And you don't mention, I was frantically on my phone the morning of April 13th, 2011, trying to get a hold of my grandfather and Jason and Shane. I couldn't have done this. Never mentioned it.
Never mentioned that.
July 6, 2011, law enforcement again comes by, different version. This time you're getting up a little bit earlier. This time you mentioned Tony Weber. And when that run to the ground, problem there was Tony Weber said, I didn't get gas that day. I wasn't at that gas station that day. I don't know what Zach Adams is talking about.
Miss Wyrick, I believe that we found bank statements where he did get gas that day. And it wasn't once, I think it was twice, if
No,
I'm
sir.
not mistaken.
Well, the record will reflect what the record reflects. August 28th, 2012 is the first time, August 28th, 2012 is the first time you mention to law enforcement that you were with Jason Autry. You then go.
Miss Wyrick, I wasn't with Jason Autry. He came by. I remember he came by that day. We went over to Victor's house for a little bit, and I got morphine. I was to go between him. Like it wasn't like we was together all day. He was there for like 30 minutes at the most. He came by. We got the morphine. We smoked a joint. Me and Shane had a little spat. We got out of there. Like Victor got up and said, "You can't come over here fighting." We went back to my house, and he left. Like Justin wasn't with us that day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Thank you.
Sergeant Mark. Yes, sir. Set of documents. So that transcript of the moment there, that was never marked. 116.
What does it say at the top of that?
Original list regarding Zach's stupid mouth, Brian Smith.
How many pages is that document?
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, that.
Mark, we should have wanted.
You see.
Ma'am, Your Honor. Thank you. When did you hire Jennifer Thompson? Do you remember?
I was arrested February 28th, 2014. It was, I think it was later on that week she came. Her and Jim came. I wouldn't say I hired her right then, but she came on, and it was right before the preliminary hearing at the Decatur County for the trumped up charges that was later dismissed. Amber Bray and that.
The charges where you held Amber Bray hostage, that,
No.
that was the accusation, correct? Until she gave you money?
Until what?
Till they gave you money?
That's false.
Okay, that was trumped up.
Well, how come y'all didn't prosecute that then?
That's what I'm asking you. Is that the case you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were also indicted at some point for threatening to kill your brother Dylan Adams, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall being indicted for that?
Miss Wyrick, from February 28, 2014, you know how many times the TVA have dropped the charges, recharged me. I've been charged with so many things. I couldn't even tell you how many times y'all have charges, recharged me, charged me with stuff, tampering with evidence, all kinds of stuff that never went to court over. So if you was to tell me that, I wouldn't. I don't recall, but I wouldn't doubt it.
The jury heard testimony you tried to get Jason Autry to kill Dylan Adams, your brother.
Absolutely not. That's a total lie.
But
I
Jason,
love my brother with all my heart.
Don't compromise quality insurance for savings or your time for this ad. Hit that skip button, or don't, and watch me skip.
you in there? Yes. Yes.
We are partners. Bum, 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 bum.
Textbook, study groups, clinical professors, and the NCLEX. Nursing school is so hard and can be so overwhelming. So that's why I created Nurse in the Making. My notes have helped over 200,000 nursing students succeed in nursing school and pass the NCLEX. The Complete Nursing School Bundle is the go-to resource for your core nursing school classes. And I have flashcards that go into a little more detail on each class in nursing school. Click the link to shop my study guides and explore my other nursing school resources. Happy studying, future nurses.
The jury also heard testimony that you got word to Dylan Adams that he better keep his mouth shut. Was that a lie too?
No, I did say that. I was upset, and that's the reason that all this happened is the lies that he told.
When Miss Thompson came to meet with you each time, you spoke to her, right? Like you answered her questions, y'all talked, got along?
Absolutely.
Did she show up at every court appearance?
Absolutely.
Did she file motions on your behalf?
Yes.
She argued those motions?
Yes.
She subpoenaed witnesses to the trial?
Yes.
She asked you questions about, all right, I mean, where were you on April 13th, 2011? She asked you where you were and you told her, right?
Yeah.
You gave her everything you knew, right?
Yep.
You gave her names of people to talk to?
I did, but throughout that day, there wasn't really a whole lot of people that I seen other than Rebecca, and throughout April 13th, when we went to Parsons, we didn't really run into nobody that day that I could specifically give them that I didn't run into anybody that I knew. I didn't get out. I don't recall getting out of the truck after I left the shell, and then we got up there to the drug dealer's house. I don't recall getting out of the truck except for up there at the video. Other than that, I don't recall getting out of the truck that much that day.
Would it surprise you to learn that Ms. Thompson, in talking with one of the many consultants that she brought in on this case, shared with that consultant that you were not engaged, you were not talking, and that you had absolutely no short-term memory about these events because of all your heavy drug usage? And she was doing the best she could, given the fact that you were not sharing information with her. Would it surprise you to learn that she said that?
It wouldn't surprise me at this point. It wouldn't surprise me what anybody would say. There's been so many lies told on me. I wouldn't be surprised what anybody would say.
All right. You were convicted by the jury. How long did they deliberate? You remember?
I don't recall. It was a couple days.
A couple days, wasn't it? They were out a while. Took a while to come back and convict you, didn't they?
I don't recall the amount. I know it was a couple.
Okay. When you made the statement, no body, no gun, to Mr. Cooper and Kirk, you were just talking?
I don't recall making that statement, ma'am.
Okay. When you made the
that's
statement, I
another thing.
couldn't have picked.
That's another thing. Y'all had those two inmates, but there was a corrections officer that was right there too. How come y'all didn't get her to come up here and testify that I made those statements? She was right there. She was right there beside me. I was in protective custody. They had me up there in a cell. I wasn't in general population. I was up there in the front in a cell all by myself. They had me right beside the guard. How come y'all didn't get her to come say that? How come y'all had to get two inmates? Oh, let me guess. Y'all couldn't give her a deal. Okay. Okay.
You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. You convicted by the jury. And then conversations started about the next phase, right? About the death penalty.
Which if I had to do over, I'd have went on and let them get the death penalty. I'd have got better appeals. I would if I had hindsight been 50-50, I'd have went on. I would have took the deal.
Well, you could have taken a deal, Mr. Adams.
I shouldn't have though. I should have went on and let them do the death penalty, and then let these death penalty activists fought this, and then the truth would have came out, and all the shady stuff that has went on, like the ATM video, all the stuff that's been hidden and covered up, would have came out.
Well, then why didn't you tell your lawyer to sign me up for the death penalty?
I should have.
They came to you and tried to get you to plead to something lesser than life without parole, right?
I wouldn't. I want to. I never will. I won't ever plead to nothing. I'm innocent. Why would I plead to something I didn't do? That'd be stupid.
After you were convicted, you began having conversations with your lawyers, right, about the next phase, or did they not talk to you about it? Did y'all talk about it?
We talked.
Okay. And they said the state is willing to take death off the table and give you life without the possibility of parole, right? Did they say that to you?
They did. They did, and they come back and they said the first time, I believe it was they didn't want me to have no appeals. I said no, absolutely not.
So you took
and
life.
I do remember that at this point there was some animosity between Mr. Jim and Mr. and Jennifer, because Jim came to me trying to get me to plea out behind Jennifer's back. And then after I said, no, I'm not pleading out to something I didn't do, he made me sign a motion. He wanted me to write a motion to the judge because he recused himself, in which I did.
You accepted life without parole, right?
I did.
Okay.
Something most drivers don't know. The older your car, the cheaper your insurance should be. If your vehicle was made before 2022, you qualify for full coverage at a steep discount, sometimes as much as 81% off. And if your car's worth less than $100, your monthly premium could drop below $30 flat. Credit score and location? Doesn't matter. This isn't one of those complicated processes either. There's a simple form online. Just enter your car's make and model and get an instant quote. It takes just a few seconds, and for many drivers, it means saving hundreds a year. Tap the button, check your rate, and see how much you could save.
What happens if... Too soft, too soft. Too strong.
There, soft and strong, perfectly.
What year was that?
2017, September.
You remember writing a letter to Ms. Thompson in 2018? You remember writing a letter to Ms. Jennifer Thompson in 2018?
I don't recall. If you have the letter?
I do. Jennifer, hear me out. I can take care of myself. Please get me off of Max. I was trying to see if you remembered the language of it.
Well,
Is this your handwriting?
I can't see that far.
No, I am. Is this your handwriting?
I can't see that far.
I was past the witness, Your Honor. Is that your writing?
That is.
Okay. And I'd ask that is numbered exhibit.
Mark it as exhibit 119.
Second page.
Okay. We're at.
I wanted to go to trial and you made that happen. Remember telling her that?
Well, that's what happened when you plea out. So I don't believe that she made that happen. I believe that that's part of the court system. That's what happens whenever you don't take a plea for the trial. Right?
Is that your writing?
That is my writing.
Is that a letter you sent to Ms. Thompson?
That is.
Okay. May 22nd of 2024.
Anything else with this letter?
No, no, sir. Sorry. Thank you. May 22nd, 2024. Do you remember having a jail conversation?
What's the date, Ms. Wyrick?
May 22nd, 2024.
May 22nd, 2024.
You're in jail. You're having
Who was the phone call to, Ms. Wyrick? Because I make lots of phone calls.
Spirito.
Okay.
And she was needing instruction and help on burying something. You remember this?
I don't recall, Ms. Wyrick.
She said she had something she needed to bury. She didn't say what it was. And you told her where to go. You instructed her to go to a piece of property that your family owned. You remember this?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I remember.
You remember that?
Seems like I remember. Seems like I do. Keep going, though.
Told her to go to that property and bury something and not to take a cell phone with her. You remember that?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Seems like I do.
Okay. Do you know what it was that she needed to bury?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Do you?
Do you know what she needed to bury?
I do.
Okay. What was it?
I don't really recall. I don't really recall the conversation exactly, but it was something to do with if something happened to me, it was the story so if something happened while I was in prison, it was the interview that I gave to her of everything that the truth. That's what it was.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redo that, 'cause
Mr. Adams,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Wyrick asked you a bunch of questions about how hard Ms. Thompson worked in preparing for your defense. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And she read through your testimony to the court, telling them it was your decision not to testify.
Okay.
Right.
Can I elaborate a little bit? So I've never been in a trial before. I never knew how a trial worked. So I never knew. I couldn't looking at the way she worked and the way y'all work is like day and night. She was so unorganized. She didn't know. It's like she didn't know what she was doing.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? Did you have any idea that your attorney did not know the circumference of a .380 round?
I did not.
Did you have any idea that your attorney did not know the difference between a cell phone expert and a cell phone tracking expert?
I did not, but I do know we had unlimited resources that we could have hired any kind of expert available. And we didn't. I believe the only experts we hired were a jury consultant and a cell phone expert.
And you recall seeing any video, still image, anything that showed your truck at the ATM during trial or before?
Nope. I remember I told Miss Thompson that about me being at the Delta, and I remember she was asking me like which pump I was at, but no, I've never seen no video of the ATM.
Okay. You recall Miss Wyrick asking you about when you accidentally shot your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she brought off a report from a medication expert that said that using your mother, it would be a problem using your mother as a medication because you shot her, right? So during that incident, when you were mishandling a weapon, were you on drugs?
I was.
So were you high at the moment that happened?
I was.
And do you typically remember 10 days after a regular day of your activity, everything that you've done?
10 days ago, I couldn't tell you how many times I used the bathroom or how many phone calls I made or exactly who I talked to. But I can tell you that I probably talked to my mom, probably my granddaddy. There's 2 or 3 people that I always talk to. But other than that, I couldn't tell you what we talked about, the substance of the conversation, what I ate, or a lot of things. No.
Did the police at any time ever ask you specifically about Jason Autry?
They did not. They just wanted to know where I was that day. Where was you at, Zach? And I told them exactly where I was at.
Okay, so your testimony was that you met up with Jason Autry and went to Dinsmore to go morphine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that something you would want to tell the police?
Absolutely not.
And you also mentioned that, Mr. Autry's a commanding figure. Would you agree?
6'6", he's a big dude.
And you said that you didn't want to get on his bad side, right?
Absolutely not.
So we heard the 911 calls from your grandpa.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first instance that you ever had your grandparents have to call 911, had problems with them?
No, ma'am.
Because you were using drugs, right?
That's right.
And you would get in fights with your grandparents.
That happened a lot. They would say I was high, and we would have an argument, and that was the easiest way for them to get me in jail and get me cleaned up. Happened all the time. I would go to jail and I would take a plea and I would plead. Happened all the time. Happened all the time.
And I just want to be clear, Miss Wyrick characterized she read off all the text exchanges that you had the morning of April the 13th, 2011. Do you recall? You were frantically texting.
Mm-hmm.
Were you frantic that morning?
I was not frantic. I had been up arguing with Rebecca and I was asleep. Like I said, I don't recall going to the river with Jason that morning. It's because nothing stood out that morning. We didn't catch no big bass. He didn't have a large amount of drugs. There was nothing that morning that was out of the ordinary. And the only reason I remember Shane calling is Shane never called like that. He never asked me that. And I was like, Shane, why would you call and ask me if I wanted to overdose on Xanaxes? But it's just the way Shane was. He was just kind of he was trying to be funny about things.
So that's something that stood out to you about that day.
It is.
And isn't it the reason that you're testifying about? You testified earlier that you don't have a specific memory of going to the river with Jason Autry that day.
I don't.
So is it because the phone records that you reviewed?
I'm not disputing the phone records, but I don't remember. But that's the whole thing. I went to that river so much with Jason. He would come by. He would come by. And he said, "Let's ride the river." We would go down and we would fish for 10 or 15 minutes, and we would go back. We would smoke some weed. We always done. Sometimes we would just go down there and get high and smoke meth, or we would go down there so often. It was a place that we hung out.
And the document that you received that was said all the stupid things Zach said. Have you ever seen that document before?
I haven't. I haven't.
One second, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Were you at the river on April 13th, 2011 with Jason Autry?
The phone record says that.
Were
I do not remember.
Were you at the river?
The
Your
phone
Honor,
record.
Object. He's answered that. He says he didn't remember.
You have an objection. Are you asking a different question?
Yeah, because I recall two answers now. On April 13th, 2011, were you at the Tennessee River with Jason Autry?
The phone records reflect that. Like I said earlier, I'm not disputing the phone records, but there's nothing about that morning that stood out. So I'm not disputing being at the river with Jason. I went to the river so much with Jason, I'm not disputing that. But there's nothing about that morning that stood out.
And no reason to dispute the phone records, right?
That's right.
Nothing
Thank you, sir.
The next witness here, we'll take a break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll try to start right at 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Bates?
Yes, Your Honor, Jennifer Nichols.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just stand right here in front of the witness stand and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Please have a seat and go to the microphone.
State your name, please. Spell your last.
Jennifer Nichols, Nichols.
Ms. Nichols, how many years have you prosecuted?
$23 in three, I believe, in three different.
Okay. And you have been a circuit judge in Shelby and now in Sumner County. Right.
No, I was not a circuit. I was a criminal court judge in Shelby Hill.
You were the lead prosecutor now prosecuting Zach Adams, correct?
I was.
And fair to say this was one of your bigger cases in your career.
I don't know that I would agree.
You put it on your judicial application,
Of
correct?
course, of course.
How many cases did you put on your judicial application?
A lot.
How many?
I don't remember.
All right. You would not want this conviction to stand if your state's witnesses knowingly lied to the jury, correct?
I would not want.
The conviction to stand. You'd want the verdict to be overturned if your witnesses lied about important things to the jury.
What do you mean by important things?
Well, you get to define it. If it's an important thing and they lied to the jury, you won't convict this thing.
It depends on what you think is important.
Well, if what you think is important was
It
false,
was all important to me.
they were all?
I said a lot. It was all important.
Okay,
to me.
good. So that distinction's irrelevant, correct?
No, it's very relevant.
Okay.
I'll give you an example, Mr. Bates. If a witness
Could the
lied,
court instruct the witness to answer the original question?
she is.
She's answered the question and she's going to give an
Fair.
explanation.
If a witness lied about something that was not material to the guilt or innocence of your client, then I would want the conviction to stand. If a witness lied about something that was material to the conviction of your client, then I would not.
How much evidence did you present to the jury that is not material to the issue of guilt or innocence?
I don't know because I was not on the jury. You never know what they consider to be important.
Is there anything that you presented that you did not think material and relevant to the issue of guilt or innocence?
Yes.
What?
Oh, lots of things in context. Example, Holly Bobo's lunchbox and what was in it. What she was studying for that morning. Her cards, her study cards for pharmacy class that were found on the road, we put them in. Was the fact that she was studying for a test that morning material? No. Did it add context and let the jury know what she was doing that morning before she was abducted? Yes.
Fair.
The fact that Dana Bobo put $20 on the counter beside her purse that morning, was it material to her, to the conviction of your client? No. There were lots of things like that.
You would not want this conviction to stand if you knowingly misled the jury on material issues, correct?
I would never mislead the jury on material issues.
If TBI coerced witnesses to say things that were not true, you would not want this conviction to stand, correct?
That didn't happen that I know of.
If it did, you would not want it to stand.
Coerced who? What?
Material witnesses to say material things regarding the guilt or innocence of Zach Adams.
Correct.
All right. When you came in the case, when did you come in?
I was appointed November of 2014.
What was your understanding of why you came in?
Turns out if you've been in a car accident in the past year, they have to give you a huge check, and all you have to do is ask. Well, seriously, I just got over $100,000 after being a passenger in a car accident that was a month ago. Listen, I had no idea this was even possible until it happened to me. I was just another passenger hurt in someone else's accident, and I figured I might get enough to cover my medical bills if I was lucky. But then I found out there's actually a specific way to ask for compensation that gets completely different results than what most people receive. If you've been in a car accident recently, you're probably dealing with the same frustration I was. Insurance companies giving you the runaround, bills piling up, and no clear path to getting fairly compensated. Most people think they just have to accept insurance offers or hire expensive lawyers and hope for the best. But there's actually a program that knows exactly how to ask for what you're entitled to in a way that's maximum results. However, there is a catch. Your car accident had to have happened in the past 300 days to qualify for our new program. If it did, you're in luck. This program is designed specifically to help accident victims get the compensation they deserve without the typical delays and hassles of dealing with insurance companies directly. Let me tell you about what happened to other people who used the same approach. Maria was getting nowhere with insurance after her accident. They kept offering around $5,800 and making her jump through endless hoops. Then Maria discovered this program. Within 34 days, Maria received $42,000 without any of the insurance back and forth. Then there's David. David was a passenger just like I was. Insurance was telling him he might get $3,200 for his minimal involvement in the accident. Using this program, David received $156,000 in just 28 days. Here's what I learned. There's a right way and a wrong way to ask for compensation after an accident. Most people use the wrong way and get disappointing results. But when you know the right way to ask, the results are completely different. The program handles everything. They know exactly what to request, how to present your case, and how to get maximum compensation quickly. To find out how much you could be owed to make sure your accident qualifies, just answer 4 simple, multiple choice questions about your accident. It takes about 20 seconds total. It will instantly tell you if you qualify and then help find out how much you could be owed. If you qualify, a specialist will handle everything from there. You don't have to fight with insurance companies or figure out complicated legal procedures. They do all the work while you just wait for your check. You can receive this life-changing check as fast as 30 days. The best, you don't pay anything unless you actually get money. Think about what an extra $50,000, $100,000, or even more would mean for you right now. You could pay off medical bills, cover lost wages, and actually have financial breathing room instead of stress. I'm only sharing this because remember how overwhelmed I felt dealing with my accident. If this program can help you get the compensation you deserve without all that stress, it's worth taking 20 seconds to find out. But that 300-day deadline is real. After that, certain options become unavailable, and you could miss your chance entirely. Don't make the mistake of accepting less just because you don't know there's a better way to ask for what you're owed. Click below, answer those 4 questions, and see if you can get the same kind of result I did. Do it now, because waiting too long could mean missing out on compensation that could change your entire financial situation.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most incredible real estate strategies that's the most passive and creates the highest rate of return? This is exactly what the wealthiest 1% are doing to massively multiply their wealth. So why aren't you doing it? Now, I bet you're thinking, Brian, I don't even know what that is. And even if I did, I don't know how to do it. So let me get a couple things out of the way just quickly. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter if you're young or old, and it doesn't matter how much money you have or how much money you're willing to invest right out of the get-go. keep watching because I want to show you why I got involved in tax lien certificates. And we're coming to your area to teach free class. The first thing about tax liens is it doesn't take a lot of money. We've had students start out with just a couple $100s, and we've had students create their portfolios or scale their portfolios into 7 and 8 digits over the course of a couple years. The second one is, how do I find these tax lien certificates? Most counties across the United States sell tax lien certificates right on their website. We'll show you how to find them at our free training, so don't worry about it right now, but you never have to see these properties face to face. It doesn't require you traveling all around the country. You can do it right from your own house. Now, as a bonus, one of the things that most people won't tell you is that you can actually buy tax lien certificates in your retirement account. See, if you buy tax lien certificate in your retirement account, you get the same tax savings as whatever it is you're investing with right now. So that's what I'm going to invite you to do. Right below, there's a link. That link right there will register you and a friend. So you have 2 tickets to the upcoming free class. So I want you to click that click that link, your tickets, and we'll see you there.
My boss at the time, Ms. Warwick, was the DA. I was the deputy DA. It is my understanding that she received a request from the District Attorney General's Conference to provide support to General Stowe. She agreed. She walked into my office, which was next door to her office, and asked me as deputy, who do you want to put on this?
At the time, and you accepted the appointment.
I said, I'll do it.
At the time, who was Jason Autry's lawyers?
I don't remember. Whether it's Herbison, Long, Herbison. I'm sorry.
John Herbison, Fletcher Long.
I think they were on it then.
All right. And both of them were disbarred.
Were they?
You remember them coming off the case?
I don't remember them coming off the case because they were disbarred. I honestly don't. I do.
Okay.
I know they came off the case.
And did you have any communications with anyone assisting the appointment of Jason Autry, an attorney?
Did I have any conversations with anyone
Correct.
about?
The appointment of attorneys.
Oh, of course. My whole team was always interested in who was going to represent any of them.
Did any court staff or liaisons ask you for recommendations?
Not that I remember.
Okay. You came in November 2014. Had the death penalty been requested yet?
Requested by Mr. Stowe.
Correct.
I don't know if he had or not. What is my understanding is that he campaigned on the issue that he was going to seek the death penalty for the individuals responsible for Holly's kidnapping and murder.
Had he filed that yet?
I don't know.
You then did.
I did.
What's
Actually,
the process?
I don't know that I did or whether it's Ms. Wire, because we did not, as her assistants, you had to have permission of the DA.
Okay.
I don't know who signed it.
What was the process that you had to do
What I just said.
in court? You have to file, to go to the grand jury, or you just file a notice?
You don't file it with the grand jury.
Okay. When did you file that?
I don't remember.
How soon after your appointment?
I do not remember.
Months, weeks?
Mr. Bates, I don't remember.
Okay.
If I did, I would give you the date.
Fair
I'm
enough.
sure it's in the file.
And you You know approximately how many months?
I do not.
Okay. What analysis did you do in determining your intent to kill Dylan, Jason, and Zach by operation of the death penalty?
My intention to kill them.
The processes, end result was they would be put to death, correct?
You're familiar with the factors that one has to look at to see whether or not a particular homicide even qualifies.
My question is,
Okay, are you familiar with that?
I'm
Because
not on the stand right now.
I understand.
My question is, what did you do?
Okay.
Don't tell me, I know the law.
Okay, that's all I asked. So that's what I did. I looked at the law. I went through the factors. I looked, and don't ask me which ones because I don't have it in front of me, whichever one I found applied, and then I presented that to my boss.
What analysis of the facts did you do?
I can't tell you the analysis of all the facts I looked at. What you look at are the facts that determine whether or not a crime qualifies based on those factors. And so to determine whether those factors apply, you would have had to look at the facts of the case relative to each of those factors.
Did you, prior to filing the notice, review the September 2014 interview of Dylan Adams by Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth?
In other news, Georgia residents are going to be happy to hear this. It just came out. There's a new website where any Georgia resident, as long as you live within a zip code in the state, you can apply to have your auto insurance rates reduced significantly. All you have to do to qualify is to have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years. If that's you, we put a link below. Just enter your Georgia zip code and you'll find out instantly that you qualify to have your auto insurance rates reduced by up to 80%. It costs absolutely nothing to claim this, so claim it now while it still lasts.
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited, abused, or pressured to share explicit content by someone they met on Roblox, qualify to file a claim. Estimated compensation varies depending on what happened and how it affected your child. For cases involving exposure to sexual materials, estimated compensation may range from $25,000 to $50,000. If your child was coerced into sending explicit content and is receiving ongoing mental health treatment, estimated compensation may range from $50,000 to $300,000. And in more serious cases, such as physical abuse, attempted rape, sexual assault, or trafficking, estimated compensation may range from $300,000 to over $1 million. Filing a claim is free, confidential, and takes just 2 to 3 minutes.
I don't remember the date that I filed the notice. Therefore, I can't say for sure. But what I can tell you is I reviewed that interview early on.
Okay. What were your impressions of that video?
My impressions?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't believe.
When did you stop believing, or did you ever believe?
I don't remember. I don't remember what information I had at the time I reviewed his video. Don't remember what I had or what point in time I got that information.
What all led you to not believe the video?
I believed he sought to minimize his role by claiming he was forced to do certain things and he didn't want it and he didn't know what happened before and didn't know what happened afterwards and sort of happened upon the events.
What's the importance of minimizing your role? Why did that jump out at you?
You asked me why I didn't believe him. And I'm telling you what I didn't, that's part of why I didn't believe him.
What effect in your experience does minimizing your role have in a so-called confession?
No, I would never, if it was so-called, it sort of changes everything about how you would analyze it. Are you talking about Dylan Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Let's start here. He admitted to raping. He says he raped her, correct?
Correct.
He talked about a night of planning the evening before.
I believe so. Mr. Bates, it's been 8 or 10 years since I've looked at that.
Okay.
It's been a long time. If you want me to answer those questions, I would be happy to review it. As it stands, I didn't review it.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean as it stands?
Well,
I didn't review it.
I asked you several times leading up to today, what information do you want from me on the stand? We had this discussion. I didn't know what you wanted. I did not review.
Okay.
I don't have access to things.
Did you ever believe Dylan Adams' video was going to be used as evidence in this case?
Against which defendant?
Any. Because initially,
Well, then it's not one answer.
right.
I'm not, I mean, that's 3 different questions. We had 3 different defendants plus another suspect. So did I believe that it would have been used if we had tried Dylan Adams? Maybe, because parts of it he did admit to. Against his brother? No. It would have been inadmissible. Against Jason Autry? No. The co-defendant would have been inadmissible.
When you don't know when you file notice of death penalty, if you believed or disbelieved the truthfulness of Dylan's statement.
I don't know the timing. I do know that I didn't believe Dylan Allen. All you have to do is watch it.
At the time, you were called and concerned about the behaviors of Brent Booth and Jeff Jackson. Interviews.
Whether I was?
Yes.
No.
You don't think perhaps their conduct created answers?
I never thought that. He had confessed to other people before that.
And
if you're looking for a business loan, an SBA loan is one of your best options. Why is that? Start with Small Business Administration.
were you aware that, remember she what?
I do.
Was it your opinion that Sheila Kilzer contacted TBI in an effort to get favorability for her son, Jason?
You want me to comment how, whether I believe that was her?
Yes. That was a motivation of hers.
I did not.
Right. Any reason why TBI would say they did believe that?
You'd have to ask TBI, and not as a whole. That's an organization. You can ask the individuals.
Fair enough.
Agents.
You were aware Jason Kilzer provided statements that he nor Dylan anything or any knowledge of the crimes against Holly Bobo.
I do not remember that.
Would that be an important thing in this case?
Potentially, but as I said, I didn't believe Dylan Adams.
Right. You didn't believe what he said. Did it concern you in this process of yours that witnesses said multiple things, multiple times?
About what?
Information regarding the guilt or innocence of Zach Adams.
Oh, of course. I was very interested in the 8 or 10 or 12 individuals that said Zach confessed to them. Very interested, always. Even though statements he made were made to people that didn't have contact with one another, different parts of the state, out of state. Is that what you mean?
Talking about what happened the day of April 13th, 2011.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you when your back was turned.
Do you remember different witnesses testifying to different facts that occurred or didn't occur on April 13th, 2011?
Testifying?
No. Their discussions with TBI changed over time.
I do not remember what individuals said or how necessarily. If you gave me a name in particular, I might can.
Victor Moore.
Okay.
Do you remember his statements changing over time? Yes or no?
I don't remember them changing. What I remember during my involvement in the case, because remember, it had been going on for over 3.5 years when I got, I remember Mr. Dinsmore adding or recalling a different, additional information. So not necessarily changing my record, not necessarily changing what he had said, but recalling more or being willing to tell us more.
Right. Do you remember listening to Victor Dinsmore and Dennis Benjamin talk about a gun purchased from Shane Austin?
No.
Are you aware the first gun Victor Dinsmore said, and the only gun he says he purchased from Shane Austin, was a .22 long rifle?
I'm not aware of that being the only gun that, well, could have been the only one he purchased. Be the second one he got from Shane, and he traded it maybe for some drugs, if I remember correctly.
Do you remember the first gun discussed, Victor Dinsmore had any connection with Shane Austin?
No.
You don't remember a .22 rifle?
No.
Did you listen to Victor Dinsmore's recorded conversations with Dennis Benjamin?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Today. I'm not saying I didn't. I don't remember.
Do you remember in the IRs where it was discussed that the possible murder weapon had been a .22?
A rifle?
Yes.
Mr. Bates, I don't remember.
Okay.
Are you talking before or after? I'm trying to, before or after Holly's remains were found with a bullet hole through the back of her skull? Because at that point in time, we had information about what would have caused that type of defect.
Which is important if somebody's sharing this information with witnesses, isn't it?
What information?
The size of the defect.
Important if you are sharing it with an expert?
No, with a potential testifying witness.
I guess it depends on who the witness would be. I mean, is it somebody that's going to be asked to comment on that?
Did you listen to Brent Booth interview Victor Dinsmore in May of 2017?
Yes.
What weapon did Victor Dinsmore say he got from Shane Austin then?
I don't remember.
Okay.
But I know that I heard that interview.
Now, at this time in May of 2017, you were present when Jason Autry provided a proffer statement. It says the vehicle used was a white Nissan, correct?
You're referring to a whiteboard behind you. I can't see what it's supposed to. So
Witness can be passed exhibit 15.
I don't have my readers.
We need to take a break for you to get yours.
Is my purse back there? If somebody will retrieve some readers.
Please pass those.
Don't compromise quality insurance for savings or your time. This ad. Hit that skip button or don't and watch me skip.
Thank you.
And do you recall the proffers with Mr. Autry where you were present?
I do. I remember being in the room at the table with Mr. Autry, his lawyer, Mr. Hagerman.
You recall Mr. Autry saying that the Mr. Adams transported Ms. Bobo in a white Nissan and then hid it at Victor Dinsmore's property.
And you're talking about Zach Adams, not an Adams, doing the transporting? When you say Mr. Adams?
Zach Adams.
I do remember the proffer including the information that Zach Adams transported Holly's body wrapped in a blanket in the back of a truck. The second part of your question, I don't recall.
Do you recall that being the topic of conversation between Booth and Victor Dinsmore in May of 2017?
I don't.
Okay.
But as I said, Mr. Bates, I listened to that interview.
You just don't recall.
That's right.
We'll have a fellowship of listening.
May I have some water?
Yes.
Thank you.
this.
Yeah. Exhibit 62, Your Honor.
I'm good. You ain't. What in the world happened to you? Good. Go and show them. They're separated. Why? What you come up here and take advantage of the sale? There's two people, one across the pans and ours in a class up here. What? Person? Oh, really? Yeah. School. She's down the road here at a nursing school, getting some extra training. So it's kind of a two-fold trip. The city is good for investment. Oh, much as it is. The man had to bring. And good. All the east side where we're at. You wouldn't think that looking around here. Really? Our house paid off 3 payments, so where'd you go? East Tennessee, Kentucky. I should have, I say here, got the 21st century scholarship. Yeah. Got to stay in Indiana. Okay. So I will be here. Okay. 31 St. The 10th of July, let me tell you, I've got the phone number. We'll call you. Yeah. When I'll call you for no when you come up. Okay. Y'all not a minute. Listen to let's talk. Can you come on over here? Sit down. Oh, I am. Yeah. Yep. Come on over and sit down at the table. Well, get in the front and the back. Up here. What's going on, buddy? Let's talk. Jason is wrong. I figured it could go. Yeah. Did flip all the way. Yeah. And let me tell you what we testified to. Okay. Mike, if you remember. He says, in the part that involved you when you came over to what's your name is that he got the truck and said I could drive. He was sitting on the passenger side. He was in the middle. And Dylan was sitting back there in the back seat. I didn't see Dylan. What, they come to dogs? They come to dogs. I didn't see Dylan. He said they pulled up and he was in the garage. Yeah, because I was following her garage. Yeah, on the outside. What's your name? The house Debbie. And he, that guy, first thing Dylan was off and right in the face. Yeah, they started happening. Now I remember what they were saying. They were fighting. The group was going to hit that little bitch first when they got back. That's what they were saying. So I followed. He says that, yeah, he says the fight started actually at the end of the driveway down there before they were left out on the bank. Almost, that is into about when they got there. They already into it. Oh, yeah, it was already. That we were. Yeah. What had happened, what was. And then the ticker goes, drug buddies. And I thought, part of that, when I got to know that, I figured after this happened, the ticker cushion turned down money. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, that's right. I
You think you're fine after a car accident until this happens. Most people don't realize that even accidents that seem minor can
had taken his truck and put it in your garage, and that he had told you, or he had seen you when he brought it over there. And he saw you when he put the truck in the garage. I know the truck was there. I know it wasn't there because we pulled recordings and pulled tapes from 911, and Dick says that the truck, he didn't have his truck that day. That he had taken that wasn't your house, in the garage. No. Could he have done that? You not know. It doesn't matter. No, I mean, this now. This is what's going to be testified. Yeah.
And he drive his old truck, and I looked at Dick and I said, I'm not driving that truck. It's our job. He has in that truck. I want the brown truck back.
Yeah, he just borrowed my brown truck so he could go up in Decaturville. That's the only time he left his truck at my house. No, that wasn't that day. So, no. Now, I know he didn't hide a damn thing in my bullhorn. Now, he might have marked it outside, you know, behind my bullhorn and let it there for a minute, but I don't remember that day, buddy.
Listen.
And according to him, according to what we got from Dick, that's. Now, which truck are you talking about? The little white.
He told me the day that he had put the brown truck while you guys were doing that, because he in his truck in Caterville that when cuts of that thing happened.
They're telling you something today right there. That white truck was 45 miles. I can tell you.
They said they hit it in Caterville because that stuff Natchez trains park.
Yeah, that's right. So, but now they get we never did no. She come to after about a week getting back, and she remembered that she went and she leaned over and stepped in the water because she didn't want her damn fingerprints on it. So it's in the water up there alongside it. And it went too far. That water don't rush like, you know, a creek, big creek. Okay. So I was going to call him. They bring my metal detector if you cover it, and I can down with something. But I don't be down there messing with the local county cops. I just don't, Brent, okay? So, well, they don't like me, you know, and I find it again. So, but it's, and she thinks that it was right there, the first big pull off. She got off, leaned over, she said, and put it down in the water, covered up with sleeves and stuff, so there would be no fingerprint. I believe it. I believe that. So, all right, so we needed to get the water. It's in the water. It's in the water, and I know handgun's not going to go far with it, but I've told her 1 or 2 times this stuff, it's there. It's there. So, and that tells me that nobody found it, you know, riding a four-wheeler or nothing down through there. So it's there. It's in the water somewhere. So, we done all that. I figured you got the material. And I told them it was higher. So the road was wider. That's 5-6 years time. So, yeah. But I don't remember them storing that truck at my house. I do remember him using my truck and leaving his white truck there, but the button inside is a bit messed up.
Yeah.
Because I have both, you know.
Natchez Street.
Supposedly, that's what he said. That's what's going to be testified to. They had to move around to get it in there, and that he saw you when he was putting it in there, and you saw him putting it in there. You didn't know nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm just trying to nail it down. You wouldn't have thought nothing about him putting it in there. I thought he might have now, well, I was doing a lot of dope then, okay, and I mean meth and stuff, so, but he might have right about that time. There might have been another time. I don't know the only time I can definitely remember is when he was in that shit Natchez Trace and he wanted to go hang out and kind of let me low in Caterville.
And he was
what Jason is going to testify to is he told you that when you pulled up over there at Dodge, he said, I put my truck in your garage. I saw Sandy, she knows it's in there. I had to move 4 rims to get it in there.
No. She would have remembered that. tests. I don't mean. It don't necessarily mean that happened. It could have happened. Okay. It could have happened. And I can't say no, damn it. No, I was smoking weed, I was drinking liquor, I was doing that. I just didn't want to be here. So I can't remember shit. But when I do tell you, I remember. So it helps me. It helps this case. You can do that. The more pressure I put on him, the more.
Ms. Nichols, if I jog your memory about this recording,
I would like to say yes. But I don't, without listening to it, I don't remember, what was said. So this is helpful if you want to ask questions about what was in it.
All right, we'll keep. The more y'all can remember, the more it helps push the state case to work maybe. That's what I'm saying. They complete. Are they chancing to get out? No. Yeah, I don't know what a jury's gonna do, but I gotta know. It's got the more details that I can nail down, the better I think. No, he did that. I think maybe he did, yeah.
The same day they took Holly?
Yeah. Yeah, would have been probably around lunchtime. Maybe a little later.
And I was real sick then too.
Yeah,
So
I had you were in, I thought you was like, probably did that. Because that's when he come out for run my property. Yeah. I trust him a little bit.
you got me thought he was just a good old boy.
Little country boy with white guns and shit like that. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I could have, yeah. Yeah, let's just, yeah. It did? Yeah. Yeah, let's say that. Because I'm starting to think now, I ripped the boat, because that's what I went to look that one with, is that, gosh, that's what we're doing. My boat wasn't in there. And Holly got taken. I was there. Yeah, but what I got him might have.
So where
But
when they came to doctor?
they already killed him. Still remember. They had already killed her and notified. That's what I needed to hide the truck. Still have the letter back. Son of a bitch. Yeah. I'll tell you, and the wheels that got to take off.
Is that one you bought from the brown truck then?
Probably is. Now, I don't think about it. That's the time where I was bought. They were borrowed for it. They got this brown truck out.
And then drive his old black truck and it made me hurry up. Oh, no, I'm not driving. Because I look at the garage, so I'm not getting caught. Somebody.
Was it the black truck? That was the black truck. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The black truck was at my house. The white truck don't remember parking my house. I'm talking about the black truck. I definitely remember being at my house, sitting right outside my house. The white truck, I don't remember. So, but it might have. It might have. So, there's one other thing I got to know. Okay. You got that letter from me. You don't know if you're not in trouble. I don't know nothing. Oh, I've been Brent's trying to help me. I got a question. I'm not gonna lie. But I gotta know.
Why are women everywhere choosing Abby X, the new tummy tuck alternative?
I got the tummy tuck results without the tummy tuck downtime.
Get a flat, tight tummy with Sonobello's new Abby X. One visit fat and loose excess skin removal.
Sonobello's ABX is a tremendous breakthrough, combine both liposuction and skin resection safely to be able to custom tailor our treatment for the patient.
I got a flat, tight tummy thanks to ABEX.
I went to Sonobello and I did the ABEX. I feel confident, and most of all, I feel like the old me before I had my babies.
I had Sonobello ABEX over 3 months ago. I just can't believe it. Like, it's so bomb.
It feels good to feel good and look good.
I wish I would have done way sooner. The mommy belly is gone. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation now. Sonobello, it's your life. Live it beautifully.
When you get in your car, you just need to put your location in the trip planner. It recommends where you need to stop, for how long, park, plug in, and you can go about your day.
Where they give you more thing from you. At first, you have to get some pills. Yeah, yep. Yeah. They get some of that morning thoughts. No. Sure. That's what's going to be tested too. But that's fine. Autry said that he didn't get them from you because you didn't trust him. But he gave his money to Zach, and Zach bought money from you that afternoon. He might have. He might have. I have a buddy out there, like a buddy that has morphine. Okay. And I would get them off him for cheap. That's not a make me look good money, you know what I'm saying? They might have cut some. I know they want smoking joints.
He was still in the Grammys, right?
Yeah. He had Bob. I better run up. Oh, you know what I'm saying? That's about down there. That's not a problem. I might have sold you on that. That's great. Fantastic. Yeah, I'm not just saying I was sick. Yeah, I did because hell, you know, they come up. I know for sure they want to smoke a joint. What Shane did them from you? Yeah, Shane. He was trading guns. That's anything he could do to get down. Did he trade you that gun? He might have. I got a couple of others. But that's just they said that. Yeah. Yeah, because I got 2 or 3 guns. I'm not going. I saw rifles and 22s and probably pistols. So yeah. Yeah, I was pretty fucked up, but I do remember Bob dealing going on. So. That helps. Yeah. Not easy to say.
Did everything right after the Holly Bobo, when everybody was still looking for second officer and down because we kept the gate?
Yeah, lock the gate.
And he told me quit locking the gate.
At night, they were trying to get our buddy got in that truck wreck. He got that, you know, he was one of them. That's what we knew. Okay, I wasn't there, you know, I was there jock on if I had to. But I mean, I'll try to take my kid. I knew I had to go. My 12-year-old kid, I wasn't. But we just tried to do that. Oh, they said, what's the name stand? Walker Pearson was the one that our drive and our little girls out playing in the yard. He pulled up and said, we're going to go help find Holly. And she said, go ask my mom because we taught her that. And she put in the reverse, slammed her out back all the way out the drive. I wasn't there. I was working at CashApp at the time. So, yeah, so needless to say, I was mad when I found out that the log truck cut off that road. We put an old broadhead in. That's what I was going to do. Because you don't deserve to fucking die if I do that to a 12-year-old kid. I agree. So, yeah. So, I mentioned when that some of that folks was is. I was up for about a year and a half, right? And I told him what Justin, I felt it getting my mind. Making me a sexual force.
Positive 39. Ms. Nichols, refresh your memory.
I have the same answer. I can hear what was said. I know that I listened to this at the time.
Okay.
Can I tell you what was said next? No.
Okay. Do you condone what Brent Booth did?
Interviewing Victor Dinsmore?
Yes.
Yes.
The way he did.
It's not the way I would have done it.
What do you condone the way he did it?
I'm not sure I can speak to how he did it. This is what I would have done had it been me. Wouldn't have led. I wouldn't have led.
He more than led.
Okay.
You agree?
No.
He said.
I heard him lead.
This is what Jason Autry is going to testify to.
Okay.
You condone that.
Well, that's a different question.
That's my question.
Don't know. I don't know that whether I condone or not. I understand that he was trying to get information, understand that he was trying to trigger Mr. Dinsmore's memory, a person who admittedly was on about every kind of drug you can be on, and much as what's happening to me today, when somebody tells you things, like you're telling me certain things, trying to trigger my memory. That's kind of the way I look at the way Mr. Booth was. But remember this, I had already interviewed Mr. Dinsmore. So I flew up there and interviewed him.
Before this?
I believe it was before this. So I already had met him.
With a TBI officer?
Yeah.
Was an IR generated on your visit?
I didn't generate hours.
Okay. If he said anything different than what was recorded, it would have been Brady material, correct?
Anything different?
Yes.
You mean like
on May 18th, he's saying didn't happen. Truck wasn't there. When he realizes how important it is to bring Booth in the case, he says, put it there. Yeah, let's do it. Go with it. So my question is, if he said something different when you were there, it would have been had to be disclosed to defense under a Brady, right?
if he had said something different, I don't remember discussing that, the trucks with him when I went. It wasn't, I met him at the airport, introduced myself, met his wife. I don't have notes, but.
Why do you not have notes?
Excuse me?
Did you not take notes?
I didn't say that. I said, I don't have notes.
Did you take notes?
I don't remember.
Sir. Was it your routine practice to take notes talking to important witnesses?
Sometimes, and sometimes not. But Mr. Bates, I invited you to my office. I set up every single item we had in the file. You and I had scheduled a 3-day event. I told you you would have a conference room. I would give you a phone. I wouldn't be there with you. And you know what you said?
But I got the 4 terabytes to review on my own time and not 3 days, I believe.
No, that's not what you said.
That I got from Ms. Thompson the discovery to go through it, correct?
You said that.
You thought 3 days was enough for me to go through it.
Oh, no, you
Okay.
picked the 3 days. I thought you'd need to be there for a while, but the difference is you would have had access to anything in the file, including my notes, if they existed, as to interviews, because I don't remove things from files.
Okay. Do you still have your notes?
Of course not.
Okay.
I don't have the file, sir.
Okay. So, do you remember trial testimony on this issue of the truck in the Dinsmore garage?
Perhaps.
All right.
I don't remember. I don't know if I remember exactly what you want to ask, but I was there in the trial.
I have a transcript for the court and for the witness, Your Honor.
It got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. First, the current industry-leading AI app builder. And you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Martin.
Can you go to page 1505?
What?
505.
Oh my.
And you see,
No, I'm not there yet. I'm having a
Apologize.
real hard time with these tiny little numbers, so give me a minute. Mr. Bates, can you come up here, please, sir?
if the court lets me.
And find the page, because I cannot read these numbers. I can't read them. Yeah, and the 1.5s. Thank you. Sir?
All right, 1505, and you see.
Okay.
You are.
Tell me, sir, which square on these pages? Left
Bottom.
page, right page?
The bottom left.
Bottom?
Yes.
On left page.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got it.
First question, line 2. You're asking Dennis, or sorry, Vinsmore, do you remember getting a morphine pill or Zach buying a morphine pill or Shane buying one for Autry while they were there? No, not there. This fight, how much of a fight was it? Jumping around, basically swung at each other a couple times. I think Zach hit Shane, got blacked his eye. That's about all there was. And I went out, told them they couldn't do it. They had to go. So you said that they pulled up in Zach's, no, Dylan's truck. Answer, Dylan's Chevy. What color was that truck? Black. And while they're on the property, did Zach make statements to you about speaking to your wife or going to your wife's house and putting a car in the shop? No. Question, he did not say anything? No. When you asked that question, did you expect the answer to be yes?
I have no idea what I expected the answer to be.
You had Jason Autry's proffer that said the truck was hid there, right?
Well, I do not recall everything about the proffer. I can tell you the things that stood out from the proffer. It's not my habit, ever has been, to take notes during a proffer.
What you just said earlier, that sometimes you do take notes, sometimes you don't.
Right.
You take notes, and or is it just in a proffer?
What I said was it is not my habit to take notes in a proffer, which is not, that's different than a witness interview.
Well, Victor Moore had an immunity agreement, correct?
He did.
Jason Autry had an immunity agreement.
He did.
Both of them gave you what they were, all the purpose of the statements were to go over what the testimony would be.
No. The purpose of the statements was to tell us the, and whether or not it became testimony or not wasn't decided at that point.
Okay.
Do you want me to keep the book?
Yes, ma'am. He continued on line 20. You continued line 24. At any time did he tell you that? Answer, no. Next page, bottom right quadrant. Has he ever hidden a truck your 12th. Did he ever hide his Nissan? Yes, that was a very short time. Question, but you don't recall him mentioning it on the property? Answer, no, I don't remember him saying anything there. I was trying to get them out of there before Mr. and Miss Doug or Dottie showed up. You recall, of course, being interviewed by law enforcement several times after this happened, correct? Correct. And in that statement, just a minute, in that statement you told, and there's several objections. And then it continues on 1507. My question is, did you make this statement or TBI Trout that Zach hit his grandfather's white Nissan post-abduction? Answer, yes. What was your understanding of the time of that post-abduction hiding?
I'm trying to catch up with you.
Just go to the bottom right, then back up to the top left on 1507. And while you're reading that, if the witness can be passed Exhibit 112.
All right, I found the question. So the question is, did you make the statement to TPI Agent Trout that Zach hid his grandfather's Nissan? Yes. Is it? What was your question?
You remembered, in your opinion, that Mr. Dinsmore told Agent Trout the white truck was hidden at Mr. Dinsmore's property. Is that your understanding?
I do not remember the interview. I'm reading what the testimony. I have no reason to believe that this is not the testimony. So I don't independently remember anything about an interview with Agent Trout. I'm sorry. We're 250,000 pages, and I don't know how many interviews. I don't remember all of them.
Do you remember when Ms. Thompson was trying to bring up this recording of Mr. Booth that you...
Do you want me to look at what was just passed? Or
Well, I'll tell you what, before I get to that, can you look at IR 112? I'm sorry, Exhibit 112. It was just passed to you by the officer.
Do you want me to read it? So,
If you can, please.
okay.
You If you can turn your attention to the last paragraph, the bottom of page 2.
After raising 3 kids and grandchildren, I've never seen a toy create this much genuine happiness. I've been a grandmother for 50 years, and this is the smartest purchase I've ever made. Last month, I got my granddaughter Emma this smart robotic puppy called Wuffy. I still can't believe what this tiny guy can do. This isn't just some stuffed animal. Wuffy has smart technology inside that recognizes Emma's voice and responds to her. He sits on barks when you talk to him, around the house, even tilts his head and wags his tail exactly like a real puppy. The first time Emma saw him, her eyes lit up. She cuddled him and didn't want to put him down. I could tell she felt calmer and happier than ever. She sleeps better now and smiles more than ever. Wuffy comes in 2 gorgeous colors, white and brown. I picked brown because it reminded me of my childhood pup. What I love most is watching Emma with him. When she pets his head, his tail wags and he makes these sweet puppy sounds back. It's like having a real puppy, but made from completely safe materials. 3 neighbors have already asked where we adopted him from. That's how realistic he looks. Emma treats Wuffy like her best friend. She reads him stories, takes him for walks around the house, even tucks him into bed at night. She's learning love and responsibility. Emma hasn't asked for a real dog since. I have to admit, I got one for myself too. Living alone can feel a bit lonely sometimes, and Wuffy keeps me company. At 50% off, Wuffy delivers all that wonderful companionship for under $30. No feeding schedules, no destroyed furniture, no vet bills or chaos. Right now, you can grab Wuffy for 50% off, but only 47 left at this price. Don't wait until tomorrow when it's back to full price. Order now while 50% discount lasts and watch your little one's world light up with Wuffy.
Danny Bomba here, owner of Polly Chrysler and Ram, with the wrap up the year sales event. The Hemi is back, Ram Bighorn 2026 Night Edition for only $50,999. The 2026 Jeep Wrangler Willys for only $49,999. Like the all-new 2026 Ram 2500 Heavy Duty for only $49,999. The 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L for only $40,999. And remember, if you're not buying at Paulding, you're paying too much.
I've read the last paragraph of page 2.
And nowhere in this statement does it say that Victor hid the truck. I'm sorry, that Zach hid any truck at Victor Densmore's house or property. Correct?
That's correct.
Do you, and you can now go to page 1537. You want me to come up and help?
1437 of the transcript.
Yes, John. First time my eyesight's been calling. Yeah.
Is it? I could read the language, but I can't.
This is 1537. Okay, we'll go this way, this way, this way.
All right.
At the trial, did you think the recorded conversation with Brent Booth and Victor Densmore was damaging to the prosecution?
At the trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I think that? Play?
It wasn't. But did you think it was damaging if it would have been?
Particularly.
Okay. Then why did you object repeatedly to it coming up?
Because the witness was on the stand. Unless there is, the witness was there. The witness is there to ask himself. we didn't go back and play all of these recorded statements and introduce all the written statements at trial.
Bottom of page 1542, middle of page, the far right bottom.
Got it?
Question, when did you and your wife talk about the fact that the white Nissan truck was parked in your shop? Answer, before it came up. Question, before Brent? Answer, yeah. Now, as we're sitting there, we listened to Victor Dinsmore and Brent Booth, and now we've read the transcript. You admit Victor Dinsmore lied when he said he remembered it before.
No, I can't. Which trip is you talking about before Brent came up? Brent was there several times.
This is the last time he's May 18th and May 19th, 2017. From 1536, the discussion comes up. You met him in a parking lot, the sports store. Yes. You actually got in his car. Your wife got in the car. You were talking to him. Yes. So at that point, this special agent, Brent Booth with FBI, isn't it? Yes. At that point, he proceeded to tell you what? General Nichols, Your Honor, I'm going to object what Brent proceeded to tell. Ms. Thompson said, I'm not going to say what he said. I'm going to just, you said, she literally just said at the same time, Booth proceeded to tell you. If there's a question, the court said, all right, make your question, be aware of the hearsay objection. We're talking about the sporting goods store parking lot.
Is that where they met the
first time on May 18th.
The first time
of the May visits. The May night, the next day was in the house.
Okay.
And the question was,
you asked me if I thought if he was lying. I don't know.
well, I mean, isn't that your job? You did for under subpoena, correct?
We did.
All right.
I don't know. I honestly am confused by jumping around Trouts to trial testimony to you having me listen to a recorded conversation. I don't know when he said what,
Ms.
so
Nichols,
I'm sorry.
You don't have to worry about being confused. The court's going to make
No.
decisions.
No, I do have
Question
to.
is,
I do have to worry about being confused.
all right, my question is, Mr. Dinsmore said before Brent Booth came up, the May 18th, 2017, I remember the white truck being hit at my place. You would agree with me that is inconsistent with the recording of May 18th, 2017, where Mr. Dinsmore says repeatedly, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And only when Brent Booth says how important it is to the case
Okay.
does Mr. Dinsmore change his tune.
Okay. I mean, the recording is what it is. The testimony is what it is.
And I'm asking you, is it inconsistent?
The way you put it, it sounds to be.
And did you know it was inconsistent when you let it go unfixed?
I would never put someone on the stand and suborn perjury. Have I seen many times witnesses be inconsistent? Yes.
Of those times, how many times?
If she could finish her answer, Your Honor.
Witness, it should be clear to all that have heard that recording. He remembers more. He'll say no, and somebody will confront him with something, and he'll go and say maybe. And I'll give you an example: the drugs. He's a felon. He's not wanting to admit that he sold or traded drugs. He did. And when confronted, he's like, okay, maybe. I mean, this is his lifestyle of drugs and being with people like Zach Adams. I would be shocked if there were not inconsistencies.
On truths.
No. Well, you're familiar with the jury instruction that says just because they're inconsistent, it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's lying.
of the inconsistencies you've presented in your past, how many times are they a reflection of the TBI officer saying, it helped me and it helped this case, if we can get a little detail tied down? Or was this the first ever?
Well, I didn't hear Mr. Booth say that. If we can just get a little detail tied in. I don't remember another case that I had with TBI where.
Let me pause you so we can make sure I'm not misleading. Let's go to minute 10 of this recording with Mr. Booth and turn the volume up, please.
I don't make them.
Because we didn't.
It didn't happen.
It could have happened.
Okay.
It could have happened. I can't say it could have. I was smoking weed, I was drinking beer, I was doing that. I just didn't want to be here. I can't remember shit. But when I do tell you, I remember. So
It helps this case. If you can remember.
Pause.
The more pressure I can put up.
All right, clear on that. Agent Booth says it helps me.
I heard.
It helps this case.
If he could nail this down.
Now, how many times have you had a TBI or law enforcement officer?
In other news, Georgia residents are going to be happy to hear this. It just came out. There's a new website where any Georgia resident, as long as you live within a zip code in the state, you can apply to have your auto insurance rates reduced significantly. All you have to do to qualify is to have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years. If that's you, we put a link below. Just enter your Georgia zip code and you'll find out instantly that you qualify to have your auto insurance reduced by up to 80%. It costs absolutely nothing to claim this, so claim it now while it still lasts.
Change what would be an inconsistency in their testimony to make it consistent with 2 witnesses in your career?
I have no idea.
That many.
I didn't say it was a lot or a few. I said
Take your time. It's important. How many?
I said I have no idea.
Does it concern you that what you presented to the jury was the result of TBI telling witnesses what would help get a conviction?
You and I listen to that differently.
Tell me how you listen to it.
I listen to it as Brent Booth having just apparently, because I used the words rolled, Autry rolled, I think it towards the beginning of this video. Brent Booth armed with information that filled in a lot of holes, and he is going back and re-interviewing people to see whether or not if they too are armed with additional information, if it jogs their memory or if it doesn't. I know him. And Brent Booth wanted to get at the truth. For years, I saw him at work. I never saw one time where Mr. Booth tried to have someone lie or that he covered things up. And Mr. Bates, he came back and immediately turned this audio over. He wasn't trying to.
So we now have full memory of it.
No,
Well, how do you remember him turning it over?
Because I do remember that. And I answered your question the first time. When I don't remember other things, I remember this. I remember him coming back. I remember him going up there. I think he went on a motorcycle. I don't know why I remember that, but I do. And I know that I heard it, which means it was turned over to me and it was turned over to the defense. Because that's what we did with every piece of evidence. We turned it over.
You admit getting this white truck hidden was a central part of the case.
Do you want me to look at this? You're pointing at the whiteboard. Am I supposed to
Point at the board because it helps me. You can if you want.
Oh.
And you can, I'll orient you to it. The cell tower, various colors, postcards with the names and cell pings, the Bobo residence in the bottom south. Highway 641.
Referring to exhibit 15. Go ahead.
Do you remember the need to corroborate Jason Autry's testimony that the white truck was hidden?
Do I remember the need? That characterization doesn't isn't in play with
Okay.
what I felt like in trying to build this case.
Why send Brent Booth up to Indianapolis if it wasn't important?
I didn't send him up there.
Who did?
I don't know. Ask him. I didn't send him up there. I didn't TBI do. I mean, they helped me. They took me places. I think he was going up there anyway.
Did he
Is
talk
what he
with you?
said. He said something about his daughter, class. I heard that in the.
Did he talk with you in between the May 18th and May 19th?
I have no idea.
Do you remember saying, we need to clean this up?
No.
Do you remember saying, or anyone in the prosecution saying, it seems like you might have put words in his mouth?
I don't remember saying that. I don't know whether someone else said it. If I had the discussion with him, it wouldn't surprise me that somebody thought that. I said he led, and that's basically the same thing. He wasn't asking open-ended questions.
As you reflect back on this case, do you acknowledge witnesses were interviewed until they provided what the state was satisfied with as quote unquote the truth? And then there were no other interviews afterwards.
Do I acknowledge they were interviewed by me or TBI? Are you talking about during the course of the investigation or when I got on it, I was doing trial prep?
Let me ask this.
It's very different.
When TBI interviewed, both before and after your case, you went through important witnesses' statements through IRs, correct?
I did my best to read as many IRs as I could.
And you're aware, like Jason Kilzer gave one statement, a year later he gave another, and he's incarcerated.
I don't remember today. I would have been aware at the time.
Victor Dinsmore gave multiple statements. Correct?
I know. I talked to him. It wasn't giving a statement. I was just interviewing. I know that what we played today is one. I believe they had been up to interview him another time. Whatever is in the IRs, then that's how many statements he gave. I'm sorry, I don't remember, but I know there were, that's 3 right there. Well, two official statements, the recorded one and then the earlier one. So yes, that's multiple.
Does it create alarm flags in you on a case largely built on what people say, what people said?
Okay.
That pressure was put by law enforcement, and after pressure was applied, statements became exactly what law enforcement wanted.
That's not my experience here.
In this case, it's not your experience.
No.
This Brent Booth is just a one-off. Or you say it's not even, Victor Dinsmore, in your opinion, didn't change his testimony because of any pressure Brent Booth applied.
Yeah, I didn't consider it pressure.
What do you consider?
I considered it him trying to jog his memory. And had I been doing the interview after hearing the proffer, I would not have led.
I don't know, we're at a decent stopping point. I can keep going.
Let's go into it. You're not done.
I'm not done, no, you know.
All right. There's no.
Have to, but
We'll have to eat lunch alone.
can I eat
We'll
with,
have to discuss,
can I eat with my daughter?
if you don't talk about the case, you need to.
Sure.
Certainly not anybody from this thing's.
Got it.
We're gonna take a recess, take a full hour, well, almost an hour. We come back at 1:50, let's say 1:20.
All right.
We can leave those exhibits there.
Thank you. If you get another one, get me one. I will. If I stay up here long enough. I may not need it. Thank you.
Y'all ready? Yes. Y'all ready?
Ready.
This way. Oh. Is it too late?
There you go, there.
Hmm?
There.
Hey, y'all know this mic.
All right.
No.
Judge, we're having a mic down. We didn't know until right when we were walking in.
Put your battery dead on one.
On this one.
Just with both.
Is that one? Is that the room for my book?
Oh, you need to look at
Mhm. It's a book.
While we are doing that, right, on that report that I did divide by the court's admonitions. The only person I spoke to my daughter, but there's a woman out here that was very upset to find me.
Do we need to take the subject?
No, sir, I just tell her she was upset thinking I was with the public. And so I didn't say anything, but the only person I spoke to was the one you told me I could.
Thank you. You're right, you're still on the. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, you gave the closing argument, the part of the closing argument in the Zach Adams case.
Yes.
And you agree with me, closing arguments are important to connect the evidence that the prosecution thinks it's proven.
That is certainly the goal.
Okay.
Are we done with the transcript?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
It is important for you to present to the jury evidence that you think is true.
Of course.
And you would agree it's misconduct to state evidence that's not true, if you know it,
Right.
or if you should know it.
Well, that's two different things.
But if you should know it.
Well, if you know it, yes. If you should know it, I would say it would be subjective.
Fair. And would you agree at this point that any inconsistency, quote unquote, the closing argument is the chance to show what is the state's theory involving any inconsistent evidence?
No.
So if it says one thing, if you say one thing, you're okay if it's the other?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I disagreed with your premise. I believe closing argument is the opportunity to go over with the jury what the proof was.
Okay.
And you may discuss jury instructions if they were charged ahead of time, or if you have permission from, so you have an understanding of what the judge will charge.
Let me ask you, you don't have to follow this. I'll read it, page 2732, line 9. You remember the night, the 13th, the 911 call? You remember the heavy breathing of Dick Adams, who had to wrestle 2 guns away from his grandson? Do you remember Zachary Adams asking his grandfather as well, his brother, for their vehicle? Why didn't he have a vehicle? Why didn't he have a vehicle? Where was the white truck? hidden in Victor Dinsmore's garage for a minute and then returned back to the Bells. Do you remember saying that?
I was going to ask you, is that what I said?
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't remember saying it. I've never reviewed my closing argument. If that's what the court reporter took down, I have no reason to suspect that I didn't say that.
And you would agree that is saying your belief that Victor Dinsmore had the truck in his garage.
No, in fact, we're not allowed to give the one thing, I guess this and I that. You're supposed to not, that what we're supposed to argue is what the proof was.
Right.
As opposed to our own opinions.
The proof was Victor Dinsmore said in the answer that we went over before lunch, Victor Dinsmore said, no, I don't remember it. Then you clarified it. Well, sometime or other, you said that you put the garage in after after the induction. We just went over that before lunch.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, I'm waiting for the question.
Where did you pull this out of to present to the jury that what Victor Dinsmore testified or said to Brent Booth in May was somehow wrong? Where did you get that?
Everything I said was based on what I remembered the proof as being.
Talk about the gun. Well, that's exactly what you said, page 2734. Let's talk about the gun.
Do you need to go to try and find that page?
You don't have to. I'll read it for you and we can discuss. What are the chances Jason Autry finally started talking? He didn't know where the gun was, hadn't seen the gun since shortly after it was used to kill Holly Bobo, and he went with his cousin Shane, traded it for drugs to Victor Dinsmore. He's done it with it at that point. He's done with it at that point. Victor Dinsmore gives it to his wife to carry. He's sitting there one night talking to somebody, and he gets worried about where the gun has been, what gun is this? I better get rid of the gun. Tells her, get rid of it. She does. He's done with the gun. 2011, they left Tennessee before the end of the year. And when TBI agents go to talk to Victor Dinsmore and his wife, they tell us where the gun is. They dig, they use the backhoe, they bring him down, can't find it. Road's been regraded, it looks different. They go back, they talk to them some more. She's thought about it again. They go back to the spot. She tells them with underwater detectors, and guess what? They find a gun. I don't know why Miss Thompson is upset that it wasn't buried. Nobody said it was sitting on top. You saw the pictures. There and there, what it looked like when they raided it, it was covered in slime and rust and all sorts of crap. And serving Broswell soaked it, got it off, and guess what? Guess what? It still fires. It still fires. Still loaded. Still fires. Your opinion was that was the murder weapon that was found. Correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the various statements regarding various weapons that were used, possibly used?
No. You asked me earlier about a long gun or something. I don't remember.
I'm going to hand you IR 1929, a copy to the court. Can you identify the century?
No.
IR 1929 would be exhibit. Or
120.
120.
Familiar with this?
No. Well, I mean, being familiar, meaning as I sit here today, no. If it's an IR, then perhaps I was at one time.
All right, just read it.
I'm sorry.
Please just read it.
Okay.
All right. So we have in January of 2014, it's a 22 rifle that may have been used. You see that? Yes.
I'm finding that statement again. I see where this person reported that that person told her that her husband bought a 22 rifle that may have been used in the Bobo case.
And are you familiar with the Victor Dinsmore, Dennis Benjamin conversation in February 2014? Victor Dinsmore says the only two guns by Shane Austin are a 22 rifle and a 22 pistol.
No.
You ever remember listening to that conversation?
Not as I sit here today.
You remember listening to the conversation where Victor Dinsmore was threatened by Dennis in March of 2014?
I do not remember.
Okay. If Dennis Benjamin was threatening the death penalty on Victor Dinsmore, would that be important as a prosecutor relying on these witnesses?
If a non-prosecutor was threatening someone else with the death penalty,
Yes, ma'am.
that's what your investigator did to one of the witnesses, threatened arrest and prosecution. Those people have no ability to make those decisions. So I'm not sure. I don't know the context. I don't remember what was said. So I don't remember being particularly struck by it.
You don't remember if Dennis Benjamin, who got Dylan Adams' statement that you say I don't believe, told Victor Dinsmore, I've talked to the CBI, the FBI, the Bobo family, if you don't give us the body, you're blank.
I do not remember. But remember, Mr. Bates, we didn't prepare a trial against Dylan Adams.
Now, you remember you didn't take notes during Mr. Autry's proffer, correct?
Correct.
Remember what firearm Mr. Autry said he remembered seeing on Mr. Austin's holster?
I am guessing. So take this, give it what weight you want to. I think he thought it was a 38. I don't know the most about guns. I think he thought it was a 38, but I don't.
The witness can be past exhibit 61.
I'm sorry.
You'll be past exhibit 61 and click on page 2. Third page.
Thank you. What am I looking for?
What caliber gun?
You said focus on the top third.
Page 2.
It's on page 1. So this says 357.
Okay. Then, do you
Do you want me to
remember
keep-
in May of
Do you want me to
2007?
keep holding this?
You can if you would like.
Well, no.
Okay.
Do you want me to hold this?
No, ma'am, sorry.
Okay.
You get back to court officer.
Okay. Check it out.
Do you remember on May 8, 2017, meeting with Mr. Autry and his attorney to further the narrative about this gun and its relation to Victor Dinsmore?
I do not. I know that I met with Mr. Autry a handful of times. I'm never going to remember a date or most likely what was discussed.
Which is sometimes why notes are helpful. Would you not agree?
Well, it's certainly why these IRs are helpful.
All right. Do you recognize IR 3142?
I do not recognize it.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
While she's reading, will there be objections to this IR? We'll move it into evidence as Exhibit 120.
I've read it.
Now, would you agree that the activity date was May 8th, 2017, but the report was generated on June 12th, 2017?
That's what it says.
Would you agree that
I didn't prepare it, so
of course not.
But that's what it said.
You agree that the 32 revolver was found in between these dates?
I don't remember when it was found. I know that finding the gun was the basis for a trial continuance, and I can't remember the dates of those. I know that the date it was found is certainly recorded somewhere.
Okay. Would you agree with me during May, there's now this effort to go back and forth between Autry and Dinsmore, Autry and Dinsmore.
It was not where I was putting my time.
It's where Brent Booth was putting his time. Yes or no?
I don't know. I cannot tell you what part of his days he was spent on those issues.
Okay.
I'm sure if the if the IRs show what he was doing, and that's what it appears, or that's what's proven, then it is.
We're now going to play Exhibit 63. Ms. Nickel, this is the recording from May 19th, the second day of Brent Booth's trip to Indianapolis to see Mr. Dinsmore. And prior to lunch, you heard the first hearing where Mr. Dinsmore's talking about the gun that he in exchange with Shane, correct?
I heard the first recording. I heard the recording from the first day.
Okay, and now let's go to the second day, starting at minute 5, second 40.
And he said that he didn't get them off of him, but I trust fronting them to let them get them and pay me later because he'd never do that. He buy it? He buy it directly from you? Yeah, he had cash, but I wouldn't let him get them and run because he never paid me. He was notorious for that.
You talked about the gun. Do you remember them trading you a revolver or Shane and Train of Shane trading you for
Shane. I remember now that Shane traded me a back 38 revolver. All right. That just a regular revolver, but it was only consistent cylinder, like 357. He came to me and wanted to get some pistols for it. I said, you know, I can't remember how many I gave. I think I gave him some one time. The next time I paid him a lot. Go for a pistol. But then we started talking, and we remember when Jamie Cardell moved in, was when Mom and Dad threw him out. She was carrying that, and she pulled out, he saw it, he asked where we got it. We said, you know, where it came from. He knows we need to get rid of it. That's when I told her she went to the doctor in where was it? Kansas. Yeah. I think that she was going to the doctor, because I told her to go to the river, you know, on the way down through there. She didn't, because there's too much traffic, came back, and that's when she pulled off into the all that river.
So interested in keep it and hide it somewhere. And I thought, no, I have not to do that.
She was going to take it out of that boat that had me in my property to put dirt, put a triangle, and she was going to dig it up and put it in there. I kind of wish she would have. It'd be definitely sitting right there still. So.
But you pulled up on that road.
And she,
right there in the water.
And she laid it down. I know what she did. She laid it down. She didn't want to press on the ground. Her back off. She laid it down in the water, and she took this brush stuff over the top of it. So she done.
Why did that mean about the LT need to get rid of it?
There might be a lot. We don't know it.
And you never loved it?
That guy, you may have a lot of aim from 8.
Because that train has hands. And I remember when I told you guys about the other gun was a junky little piece of shit 32, and I took it myself and threw that in my cousin's mom. Okay, because I was afraid he'd lie. It's falling apart. Then I didn't keep the pills away. But one we got off the I traded for them pills. I had her start carrying it because hell, I thought somebody was going to snatch her. All the little stuff was going on. I was going to her be protected. And come to find out, some bitches that was good that did it was hanging out in the house.
I forget. So now we have a 38 revolver with an interchangeable 357. And Mr. Dinsmore admits that he threw a 32 away unrelated to the Bobo case, right?
I was having a hearing some. I heard him talk about a 32 and I couldn't hear what he did with it.
Okay, we'll play it again. Which gun did you not hear?
I heard him say something about a 32 at the end of the interview, but I couldn't hear what he said he did with it or what happened to it.
No problem.
I heard him call it a junkie gun.
When we got off them and I traded for them pills, I had her start carrying it. And I remember.
Starting at 751.
Still exhibit 63.
Yes, Your Honor.
You get rid of that guy, you make have a body on it.
Because they had his hands on it. And I remember when I told guys about the other gun was the junky little piece of shit that they do. I get myself up and threw that in my cousin's car. Okay, because I was afraid he'd lie.
Junkie piece of blank 32. I took it and I threw it in my cousin's pond.
Okay.
You heard that?
But I heard if that's what it says, I'm not disputing it. I'm having it's breaking up. I heard he threw it. This time I caught that. So I want to just trust you, Mr. Bates. That's what it says.
And you know who the cousin was?
No.
Were you not aware of that?
I don't know who the cousin was.
The Bowens?
I don't know who the cousin was.
Fair. Okay. So now I've given you the life cycle of this gun. The 22 rifle, IR 1929, the Dennis Benjamin's 22, to a 357, to a 38 interchangeable barrel with a 357. Why did you refer to it as the murder weapon of a 32 revolver? When Mr. Dinsmore told you I had a junky piece of blank 32 that I threw in the water. It's in a pond. It never dawned on you, I think that's the 32 he's talking about.
No,
Why not?
because it's not what the proof was.
What was the proof?
That
Mr. Autry's statement
excuse me,
was-
did you ask me a question or do you not want me to answer it?
I want you to answer.
Great. The proof was that he traded drugs for the gun. He was nervous about the gun. He gave it to his wife. His wife, I think, was later told there could be a body on it, and she put it over here. And we went and looked for it. And that was the gun that was supposed to have been used.
Does it concern you, prior to pulling the 32 revolver out, that every other statement before this, a murder weapon was something different than the 32 revolver?
No,
It doesn't give you pause.
it did not give me cause.
During the prosecution.
Sir, I said no. My answer is not going to change. No matter how much you yell at me or no matter how much you argue with me, I believe he found the murder weapon.
And that's the manner in which you prosecuted this case, right?
I don't even understand that question. That's the manner that I prosecuted this case. So I guess I would say yes. I believe that Zach Adams kidnapped, raped, murdered Holly Bobo. He was prosecuted for it. A jury heard days and days and days of proof, and they found him guilty, not me.
Your closing argument, page 2,733, line 21.
Am I supposed to find that page? Or you
I'll
gonna
read it for you. There was some discussions about the measurements of the ammunition. Marco Ross told you the exact measurements of the hole in Holly's skull as compared to the measurements of a .32 caliber. And then, bless his heart, the defense witness that came in with pictures of different calibers, I have no doubt that the way he measured them is the way he reported it, but he didn't know how to measure them. Didn't know that remove the projectile from the casing and then measurement. So the expert who testified about that gunshot wound to Holly's head said it matched my words perfectly, basically .32. And if you look at those measurements and you remember his testimony, it excluded a .38, excluded it. Do you remember giving that part of your closing argument?
I do not.
All right.
As I said, I don't remember my closing argument. I've never gone back and read it, and nor have I ever gone back and listened to it.
You were the attorney in this case when the post-conviction filing brought this up.
I was.
Did it jog your memory to go back to the transcript and read it?
Are you asking me whether I actually did read it and I'm not willing to admit it?
No,
Because
I'm
I told
asking you what
Mr.
I
Bates, Mr. Bates, I did not read it.
Okay. But you were on notice this issue.
Honestly, I don't remember what notice I had about various issues. There were several that stood out in my mind.
And one of them was that you misstated
No.
the diameter of a .38.
I was never worried about misstating it because you're incorrect.
Okay. Well, what is the diameter of a .38?
I am not,
Sorry, a 380 auto round.
Mr. Bates, you are wasting your time if you start asking me about various diameters.
Don't argue with Mr. Bates.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I know what the expert said. I know what Marco Ross said
Well,
about the defect in her head.
Right, but
skull.
How many hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars did the state of Tennessee have at disposal in prosecuting Zach Adams?
I have no idea.
A lot. A lot of money. Yes?
Is that a question if the state had that much money?
Yes, it is.
I mean, I don't know how much money they had to spend on it.
All right. Did anybody say, hey, how about we buy a micrometer and measure what a 380 auto round is, like the one found next to Holly's remains?
I don't know if anybody said that or not.
Did anybody, including you, go to www.google and see what various sites said?
I don't know what anybody did.
Well, then how did you say 0.38, which is the exact caliber of the bullet found by Miss Holly's remains, was excluded?
Okay. Marco Ross, who was the person who performed the autopsy a second time.
This AI tool will create a stunning ebook direct from your content, whether it's a Microsoft Word document or a Google document, or even if you just have an idea, it will create the whole ebook for you, complete with the graphics, with the images, the fonts, layout. So within a few minutes, you end up with a stunning ebook that's ready to publish. Watch this. First, let's create the content. So in Design, I create a new ebook and I'm going to do it as a PDF. I can import from lots of different types of content, but for now, I'm going to use WordGenie, our AI content creator. So what I need to do is give it an idea. So I'm going to say confidence and then select a sub-niche. I'm going to target this towards entrepreneurs and choose a title. It comes back with the outline, which I can customize and add or remove chapters, sections. And then within a few moments, it comes back with the full ebook, which I can customize and rewrite as I see fit. So let's move on to the next step. Now we're going to choose a template. There's hundreds to choose from, all different styles and niches. But for now, I'm going to look at this one. It's called Playful Vibes. It's quite vibrant. Let's give it a go. So now we're in step 3, where I can customize my ebook. I can change any content, and it's combined the template with my raw content there. So all I need to do really is just scroll through, check everything off, switch out images for different ones from the image library. There's over 1 million images to choose from. And as I keep doing that, just repeat that throughout the whole ebook, and I'm pretty much ready to go. So all I need to do then is just scroll down and click on Publish, and there is my final ebook all ready to go. Now, when you join Designer, you're joining 350,000 customers across 70 different countries. We've been around since 2016. We're clearly the world's leading ebook designer. We've got awards from Capterra, from Trustpilot, from G2, and Software Advice. So all you need to do is click on the Learn More button below this video. Get started and get your ebook completed by the end of the day.
On Holly's remains. Unlike me, he measured. He knew and testified to the measurements of the defect. And he said, any caliber of gun, this level could have made the defect. Any caliber of gun larger than that could not have.
Are you familiar that a 380 round is not in size 0.38?
No, I'm not. I said a minute ago, I am not a ballistics expert.
Do you stand by what you said at closing argument?
Yes.
were you in charge of the reward money getting to various witnesses?
No.
Did you have any part in that?
No.
Do you have any awareness of that?
No.
Were you prepared to prosecute Jason Autry for the death penalty?
Well, you mean instead of Zach, or like that day, or like how
At
that?
any time were you prepared to prosecute Jason
We were
Autry
prepared to go forward.
and prosecute him for the death?
We were not. You don't prosecute someone for the death penalty. You prosecute someone for murder in the first degree. The jury has three choices: death penalty, life without parole, and life.
And you filed aggravating statements, correct? Aggravating circumstances to justify.
Is that aggravating factors?
Yes, sir.
Just like I don't remember, of course we filed one. I don't remember filing it or what date it was filed on.
This is already in the record. We'll mark it as exhibit 122.
You recognize that filing?
I certainly recognize my signature at the end of the filing. I haven't read the filing. It says June 3rd, 2015, which makes sense.
If you could just take a moment and read it, please.
While she's doing that, let me correct that. This is not in this record. This is the notice of aggravating circumstances of state versus Jason Autry's case. So it's exhibit 122 this night.
You read it.
I have.
What evidence did you have to justify these of Jason Autry?
I'm objecting the relevance of the aggravated circumstances notice filed against a co-defendant.
All right. The objection is relevant, Mr. Bates.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this is relevant and ineffective assistance to counsel to have brought out to show Autry bias, as well as whether the state on the Brady violations part of the petition and other parts of the evidence.
I think it fits under the IAC claim, so I'll let you present this.
What evidence did you have that Mr. Autry?
Okay.
For
So
instance,
number two, Mr. Autry had honorable felonies. And I don't have it with me. I assume you have his record. We had his record. Number five, the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death.
let's stop there. What evidence did you have that Mr. Autry committed this crime?
You're familiar with, the premise if you, criminal responsibility. You know that, correct? Well,
I am.
criminal responsibility for one thing. So if he didn't do it himself, we had,
Take out criminal responsibility.
I know, because you asked me what I had. That's what I had. I'm not going to take it out.
So what evidence did you have that Mr. Autry
was criminally responsible for somebody else's actions?
Because they were together. Everybody said they were together. Their names were mentioned immediately. Their names were mentioned with all due respect to TBI. I have a great deal of respect for the officers who, in the end, worked this case, but they went in a direction and ignored what was right in front of their face. And if you go back and you had, you're asking me about Autry. The person I tried was Zach Adams. We had Zach Adams confessing in detail to several people, making short confessions to half a dozen others. We had a lot of proof.
Jason Autry. You had statements that later.
And I began this with they were together. Okay. So whoever ended up doing one thing or the other, they were criminally responsible for each other's actions. That's what the law says. That's not Jennifer Nichols.
So fair to say you had no evidence, in your opinion, when you filed this, that Jason Autry is the one.
I'm going to object. That's not what she's saying.
I'll let her ask the question. She can clarify this.
You have no evidence when you filed this in June 3rd, 2015, that Jason Autry was the one who raped Miss Bobo, who murdered Miss Bobo.
No, I'm not ever going to agree with that.
Okay, then tell me what it was.
You know what? We have a fundamental problem because there are 250,000 pages. I assure you, when you asked me earlier about the process we followed, we had to present to the what we had for every single aggravator that we were using. We just did. You didn't just go in there and choose one. Okay. I don't remember the dates that we found out everything, but excuse me. Thank you. But we knew Holly had been kidnapped, hit right outside her back door. Her blood was spattered. We knew they got her out of there. We knew that they traveled up and down where it went. She was killed. Her remains have been found. She has unfortunately, a bullet to the back of her head. Even though we didn't believe everything that Dylan said, we had Dylan admitting that he raped her. We believed that. We thought he minimized his responsibility, that nobody can make you rape somebody. But I mean, we had a lot of proof. I will say this, Autry's case was probably the weakest of the three because he didn't talk. You know, at the time, he wasn't telling people things.
So you did believe Dylan's video until you did.
Not what it said.
Well, you said Dylan's statement said this, but we believe it.
Right.
So
you didn't ask me what parts.
So you think part of Dylan's statement is true?
Yes.
Well, earlier this morning, you didn't say part of, you said I didn't believe it.
You didn't ask me to clarify. I'm trying to, nope.
Asked you video, did you watch the video? Yes, and I didn't believe it. Do you acknowledge that was your testimony this morning?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't say there were some things I didn't believe. You said I didn't believe the entire, you didn't believe the video.
I'm not going to play semantics. I said what I said.
You think I'm playing semantics?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Do you remember?
Do you want me to put this one down now?
We can mark it as it's, yes, it's.
I don't mark, but I'm going to say else.
I 4142, is it 121? Filed with the aggravated circumstances.
Thank you. Fair enough. One for the witness, one for the court. You recognize this document?
No.
Okay, you can view it.
While she's reviewing, should be in this record. This is the state's response to Zachary Adams, motion number 42. We'll be walking up to the court.
Does this appear to you to be a motion that a responsive pleading that the state filed in this case?
It appears to be a motion that Steve Racklin, who's one of his main functions was to respond to motions.
And paragraph 5 states
And that is his signature.
Paragraph 5, the state is now unaware of any evidence which tends to exculpate Zachary Adams of the crimes charged against him. That was the state's position as of
November 8th, 2016.
Is that correct? Well, is that your memory as well? That in November of 2016, the state was unaware of any evidence which exculpated Zachary Adams.
I don't know today. Okay. Still.
At some point, do you remember any discussions about Dylan Adams in the state of Tennessee?
Questions with whom?
We'll start with Mr. Maddox or Mr. Bruno.
Yes.
When were they ongoing?
No. They stopped.
When did they stop?
I don't remember the date.
When we say we create personalized hair care products, we mean truly personalized formulas that take into account
What's up, True Fam? It's your girl, Cheyenne. And yes, season 2 of True Talks is here, and we are turning up even higher.
Yo, it's your man, Torre, the newest co-host on the set, and I'm bringing heart, heat, and hard truth every night.
And we are keeping it all the way fire. Ain't no filters, ain't no fluff, just straight facts. Y'all know how we do.
So stop scrolling and pull up to our YouTube at TruthTalks-Live. Like, subscribe, and smash that bell.
And after you do that, join us because we go live weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern on all the coasts. Wherever you are, from culture to controversy, we say what everyone else is scared to say.
We talk truth. Season 2 of Truth Talks. Let's go. Because this time, we ain't asking. We're taking the mic.
They told you these stories didn't exist. We're here to prove they do. Real footage, real crimes. No filter. For more true crime from the South, be sure to like and subscribe to our channel at Southern Sin. You can also support more episodes by becoming a member of the Southern Sin channel, where you'll get early, exclusive access to crimes that mainstream media won't show you. Tune in for all new episodes every True Crime Tuesday at 9 p.m.